The first item is resident concerns. Starting tonight, I'm going to institute a 3-minute limit on resident concerns. So if anybody in the room would like to say something, please come to the microphone. And the other people, please line up behind her if you want to speak. I'm not going to wait for everybody to, once the line goes to nothing, I'm going to move on to the electronic participants. Thank you. Please go ahead and identify yourself. Just touch the button on the bottom. There you go.
Good evening. My name is Jennifer Mirasol. I am presenting position statement to hire a full-time renter advocate in the town of Acton. My name is Jennifer Mirasol. I've been a renter for most of my life and not had the need to present something like this until now. I've lived in Acton since 2016. I'm also on the NAMI local board, National Alliance on Mental Illness, professional therapist, and I've been a professor in social work. I'm here today to introduce a position to hire a renter advocate full-time representing the Committee for Action on Housing and Climate. That's who I'm representing. The need for this position is clear. Acton is in central Middlesex County with 24,000 people, 26% of whom are renters. This is significantly lower than the state average or even those counties and towns contiguous to Acton. The average income in Acton is $170,000, which is significantly inflated due to the higher percentage of households that are homes versus rental units. And only 3% of the rental units are affordable, meaning for a family of two, $1,500 for an income of $62,000 a year. That's 3% of the rental units. 1/4 of Acton is low income, and this reality is difficult for those who are low income as well as middle income renters like myself. According to the Massachusetts Attorney General's office, COVID has left many of us struggling financially. At the same time, financial security is threatened. Rental residents have experienced several challenges. These include new out-of-state management companies replacing independent proprietors, in our case from Florida and Texas, increase in rental fees, climbing monthly rents, and rental policies imposed random without explanation, and a pattern of non-responsiveness. Since renters on average have significantly lower incomes than those that live in homes, they're also at a significant disadvantage to combat the rising number of barriers they face. Our proposed solution to this issue is the creation of a town position of renter advocate. This person would have training in legal knowledge as well as tenant rights and could help renters navigate the complex maze of trying to get issues addressed with these management companies. As evidenced by recent testimony by Madeline Cruz to this board, renters in Acton surely need this type of assistance. We would volunteer to craft a job description and advise the town manager on hiring. Renters in Acton are at significant disadvantage in terms of financial and other resources to address their concerns with management companies. We ask this position be put on the next agenda so that we can consider this position. Thank you.
My name is Alyssa Nickel, and I reside at School Street. Before I read the comments that I prepared, I just wanted to set the record straight. Madeline Cruz spoke to this board on October 18th. She spoke from 7:45 to 8:20, 35 minutes. I've heard several residents describe her comments as lasting close to an hour, but 35 minutes. Last time I checked is not close to an hour. I think she did a slam dunk job of summarizing nearly a decade of an untenable situation. The first time I spoke during citizens' concerns at a Board of Selectmen meeting 3 years ago now, I told the board that there was a falsehood in the approved meeting minutes of a long-standing town committee. Essentially, I suggested that the committee had approved inaccurate minutes, a clear violation of the open meeting law. I also noted that the committee's meeting conflicted each and every month with the Board of Selectmen meeting, making it impossible for the liaison to attend. Essentially, I suggested that the liaison was not doing their job. No one from that committee was present to offer a defense. At the end of the meeting, I was invited to have coffee and chat with the liaison to further discuss my concerns. At the following Board of Selectmen meeting, no one from the accused committee came forward to defend the accuracy of their minutes, decry being denied an opportunity to respond to my accusation, bemoan the damage to their reputations, or chastise the chairman for allowing me to disparage town volunteers. Yet this is exactly what happened when Ms. Cruz, an Acton Housing Authority tenant, brought her concerns to this board a month ago. We should all be asking ourselves why. Why the two radically different responses to two accusations from two residents? One, an accusation of falsifying an official public record. One, an accusation of racial bias and discrimination. Both of these actions are illegal. Mr. Barry, on behalf of the Acton Housing Authority Board of Commissioners, none of whom were mentioned by Ms. Cruz, introduced the commissioners by name and told of each one's selfless service and dedicated, compassionate commitment to helping those in need. It is this compassion and selfless service that calls us to focus on making things right. It is because they and we are compassionate and selfless. The only question that we should be asking now is, how can we fix this? When a baby is hospitalized 3 times for respiratory issues caused by mold, dust-clogged ventilation fans, and 50-year-old carpeting in his home, our compassion and selfless service to those in need doesn't allow us to be concerned about reputations. It demands that we concern ourselves with ensuring that this baby and his family have a safe and healthy home. There is no place for ego here. Let's set those aside and get to work to honor the person who demonstrated great courage and took a huge risk to share her story with us, and perhaps even more importantly, to honor our community. Let's get to work to fix the problem.
Hi there, Rebecca Wilson, Wingate Lane. I'm here tonight to call out the AHA member Peter Barry and his conduct at the previous select board meeting. In calling a fellow member of our community a liar, Mr. Barry betrayed his position of power. He was insensitive, inappropriate, and disrespectful. It was not the way to handle the issue. It was a clear example of a bruised male ego lashing out in a public forum, wielding his position of power like a cudgel to silence and intimidate. Mr. Barry has the power to let go of his ego and move forward with compassion to resolve the issue. Why doesn't he? And why was there not widespread outrage in the moment? Why did select board member Mr. Charter, who I don't see here, feel compelled to support Mr. Barry rather than the woman he was chastising? When a person comes to the select board to ask for help, they must be listened to, and appropriate action must be taken to remedy the situation. All residents have a right to feel safe, to be heard, and to be respected. The trust of a community member was violated in public. We are failing time and time again as a community to hold powerful men accountable for their actions. Time and time again, men stand up in public and denounce women of color when they dare speak up about unfair treatment. There is a breakdown in the system. We need a third-party case advocate who is not beholden to the AHA to assist tenants. We need Mr. Barry to apologize publicly for his disrespectful language, and we so clearly need more training to confront white supremacy within our town. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I'm going to ask you just to hold for just a second. Select Board Member Himager Nagaredi joined, so I just need to read a notice. Note that under 940 CMR 29.10 sub 5, committee member Imogen Agharati will be participating remotely during the meeting due to a geographic distance of greater than 20 miles via video conference. Please note that a quorum is physically present. A roll call vote is required for any and all votes involving members participating remotely. I'll also note that Selectman Charter is not with us tonight. He is away and out of state and out of the reach of the cell tower. So please come forward.
Thank you. David Fair, 490 Great Road, Acton. I come to you tonight as a citizen of Acton and also a professional clinical social worker who is doing trauma therapy in the local community. I think every person in our town deserves to be treated with basic dignity and respect. Every family, regardless if they rent an apartment like I do, or they own a large home, or a condo, or they reside in public housing, deserves to be treated with basic human decency. We all deserve to be afforded basic levels of safety and cleanliness. When a citizen in our town expresses that they've been treated in a discriminatory manner, when they're brave enough to be vulnerable and share their story at the select board meeting, when they've shared clear evidence of safety concerns regarding mold, among other issues, we really need town officials, citizens of Acton, and folks from the Housing Authority. They should open their ears and hearts and listen. It's not too much to ask, really. The response from the Housing Authority shouldn't be defending their records and reputation. It's completely embarrassing in a town of Acton that boasts the greatest school system in the state that we can't get an oven where families can prepare a Thanksgiving turkey. This is systemic racism we've been speaking of in classism. This is the evidence, completely wrong. We need to listen to Madeline. I urge you guys, please, this is what we're talking about. When people say, where's the evidence? This is it. This is it. We have to listen to her. Really, I mean, this is completely ridiculous. Please listen, please. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Madeline Cruz. I am the Acton Housing Authority tenant. As a woman of color speaking out against injustice that me and my family have faced in the town of Acton in regards to the Acton Housing Authority, it was very disheartening to hear so many folks in positions of power trying to discredit me during the previous select board meeting. I am just trying to get our basic needs met and asking to be able to live in a safe and clean environment for my children. I do not believe this is too much to ask, nor do I believe that silencing my voice when I have facts and proofs is a matter of allegations. Allegations are allegations, facts are facts. And I openly invite anyone to my home to see the conditions that I lived in, whether it's the town manager, each and every single one of you of the board, or anyone from our community to come into my humble home and see what I am talking about. And for those that do not wish to, you're more than welcome to look me up on Facebook. I have uploaded the photos and I have made it public. I am no liar. I call things for what they are, just like I expect people to call me for what I am. But to insinuate that I am not clean, to insinuate that I am a liar, it is disheartening, it is discrediting me, and that right there is a sign of true bigotry, and it is unacceptable. We're in 2020, 2021. I should not be living through this. And as a community, yes, many have failed me, but I also am aware that there's a lot of good in this community. I worked in Life Care Center of Acton for many, many years. And I love the elderly and the people that went in there, the families. I made a lot of good friends. And I don't have expectations for people to pick up slacks where I've fallen. I just want to be treated equally. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bob Van Meter, Half Moon Hill. I just wanted to speak in support of the recommendations that Jennifer Morazes has offered for the town creating or supporting a position of a tenant advocate. I think that it deserves the Select Board's attention as soon as possible. Thanks.
Thank you. Matt, we can take the people online who've raised their hand, please.
Absolutely. First up, we have caller user 1.
Call in user 1, we've given you permission to speak. Please unmute. All right, up next we have Danny Factor. It looks like Danny is using an old version of Zoom, and I cannot allow him to speak without promoting him to a panelist. Would you like me to promote him?
That's fine. Thank you. Danny, you have to unmute.
Good evening, everyone. I'd like to ask if you can hear me well, because if you can't, I do have the option of switching to phone audio, which might be clearer. Are you able to hear me well?
I can hear you very well. In fact, you're very loud, so you might need to speak loudly.
Thank you. So Danny Factor, 11 Davis Road. I'm a public interest attorney in Acton, and some of my work I do in the area of housing, including defending tenants in Acton. I've been very concerned for years of what it's like down on the ground for tenants in the real world, so to speak, where tenants, they don't want any special advantages. They just want to be on a level playing field with these management companies or housing authority or whoever their landlords are. There are real problems with access, not only just to legal aid, but just reasonable advice for tenants. There are a lot of limitations. One of the things I try to do with low-income clients is try to get them qualified with legal aid. The legal aid office in our region is all the way down in Framingham. They're extremely overburdened. Their income guidelines are very strict. Their subject matter guidelines are very strict. In housing matters, they're often not able to represent clients unless they've already been served with eviction papers, for example, which means that they don't have the opportunity to have matters resolved before they get too adversarial. Legal aid is not an option for a lot of tenants who don't qualify for it as well. There are other services where people can try to get help, but for example, our town human services committee, despite their town human services person, despite her best efforts, is usually able only to do referrals, but isn't qualified to provide specific advice. I've seen tenants in very, very difficult situations. Keep in mind that if you're only able to qualify for a pro bono attorney if you're getting evicted, and that's only if you qualify, it means that there are all these other areas where you're not able to qualify for legal help. I've had a situation with a tenant in Acton who's had 2 strokes, and the management company has been unwilling to put in a banister for this person.
Your time is up. I'm sorry.
There's a lot of need out there, and I support.
Your time is up.
All right, next up we have Stella. Stella, you should be able to talk.
Hi, this is Stella Coe, 11 Guswood Road, and I wanted to say thank you to those who spoke before me about fairness in our town, and also to support Jennifer Mraz's request for a renter advocate in our town, because I think it's really important that we give voice to people who don't have the opportunity to have a voice, and to also get the help that they have requested. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Aaliyah.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Alia Lane. I live on Townhouse Lane. I live in the same building as Madeline Cruz. I just wanted to express my extreme disappointment with what was said by Acton Housing Authority and the board at the previous meeting. You know, I came up there and I spoke after Madeline to just corroborate the things that she was saying. And all of those things were failed, like they were not addressed, you know, like I see a person with a non-working refrigerator for the entire year that I've been living here. I can see a broken refrigerator, I can see housing go in, I can see housing come out, and I can see housing not giving her a new refrigerator while, you know, and then they came on last week and they failed to address any of those issues, you know, a child being hospitalized. I'm sorry. Like, I don't know how sick a baby would have to get before we address that issue, as opposed to trying to defend ourselves against being accused of doing something wrong while not working to remedy the issue. And then the obvious position of power that they were in, and the position that Madeline is in, it was just it was terrible. It was terrible, and they need to do better. Thank you.
Thank you.
Call-in user number 2.
Oh, good, it worked this time. Thank you so much. This is Tara calling in to support all the people who have spoken in favor of Madeline. And I'm also in support of what Bob said about the tenant advocate. I really believe it's time. We've supported all the growth. We've brought all these folks here, and now it's time to take care of them. Thank you so much for your attention to this matter.
Thank you. Okay, thank you, everyone. We'll move on. We have a
Actually, you know, I'm going to do the public hearing now, and then we'll do the other remarks afterward. The Acton Select Board will hold a public hearing on November 15th, 2021 at 7:35 p.m. in the Francis Faulkner Hearing Room, 204 at Acton Town Hall, 472 Main Street, remotely by video and call-in on the application of National Grid to install and maintain approximately 660 feet of new 2-inch plastic main extending from the existing 2-inch coated steel main in Liberty Street going to the farm on Martin Street, and to install and maintain 330 feet of 2-inch plastic main extending from the existing 2-inch steel-coated main in Quarry Road going to the Mirasol Circle, and install approximately 152 feet of 10 1-inch plastic services extending from the proposed 2-inch gas main to service in new houses. From a computer, enter the link ID actonma.gov/meeting/BOS, or from a telephone, dial 646-876-9923 and enter the webinar ID 503-918-785. Telephone users may dial *9 to request to speak after joining the meeting. Computer and app users may use the raise hand feature to speak. Mr. Manager.
Thank you. This is a petition for a new gas connection. A representative from National Grid is here with us to discuss the project and what's being proposed. Mary?
Yes, good evening. Thank you for having National Grid. We would like to install and maintain 330 feet of 2-inch plastic main extending from the existing 2-inch coated steel main in Quarry Road, going to Mirasol Circle, which is a new subdivision in Acton. And then it would be to install 152 feet of 10 1-inch plastic services extending from the proposed 2-inch gas main to service that new development.
And there was another part of the public hearing for also a new main on Liberty Street. Is that correct?
Yes, that is to install and maintain 660 feet of new 2-inch plastic main extending from the existing 2-inch coated steel main in Liberty Street going to the farm, which is Martin Street, to install approximately 180 feet of 11 1-inch plastic services extending from the proposed 2-inch plastic main on Martin Street in Acton.
Okay, thank you. I'll first open it up to questions from board members. Jim, please.
I think these two situations have some important differences. So I wonder if I could keep my remarks to the Mirasol Lane first.
Please.
Okay.
Or any order you'd like.
Okay, great. So my first reaction on getting natural gas petitions over the last few years has always been, we don't need any more natural gas. It's poisonous, it's explosive, it's causing climate change. So I'm always, my first instinct is always to find a way to deny these. The case of Mirasol Lane is that it's a development that has already been approved. The gas infrastructure is already on Mirasol Lane itself. The equipment, the gas burning equipment is already in the houses that have already been built in there. So to me, this is a failure that we already had, that we don't have a policy or a bylaw that allows us to stop these before they start. I don't see a realistic way to stop this now. I have a hard time voting yes. I may end up abstaining, but I don't see an honest way of voting no on this particular petition. And in terms of the other development, so the second one off Liberty Street would be providing gas to the greenhouses and the various buildings of Boston area gleaners, which is an organization whose mission I'm very much in favor of. What was interesting to me was that when this agenda came out and was reached out to Boston area gleaners, they had no idea that this particular petition was scheduled for tonight, and they were very interested in hearing information about, that the town has a consultant, Abode Incorporated, Abode Energy Management, that will provide advice on how to use air source heat pumps or other non-fossil fuel solutions for situations in which one might normally use gas. And there are, in fact, solutions for greenhouses that don't involve natural gas, and certainly there are solutions for houses. So I guess I would prefer to wait on approving this particular one until we hear from Boston area gleaners. If they're here tonight, it would be great to hear from them. But since they weren't notified or asked to come in, maybe they could be asked to come in to our very next meeting. If they don't need this natural gas, seems like it would be a shame to approve it.
Thank you. We'll decide whether we want to do two motions and stuff at the end. Fran, do you have any comment you'd like to make?
I'll just make a brief comment. It was fun to visit the gleaners, and they explained to me how important to heat some of these greenhouses are, that they really don't have a space for, just not recreation, but for them to chill. And they're currently using a very cold greenhouse as living, just chilling space for them. So I think it would be, I would vote in favor of this, so.
Thank you. Hemija, do you have any comments?
Yeah, just so that I understand the process. So, Jim, you mentioned that, at least for Mirasol Lane, that it had already been, like the gas infrastructure had already been approved and kind of laid down. I was wondering if that could be elaborated on further.
Mr. Chair? Please, sure. So developments like this go through building permits and other clearing permits. And the building permits were issued a while ago. And so building began. And since we don't have an explicit prohibition against fossil fuel infrastructure in houses, they went ahead and did that, operating on good faith on their knowledge of our bylaws. Now, we do have a bylaw that says you can't have natural gas in new buildings and major rehab, but of course, it's waiting for the state legislature to approve our right to say that. What I would recommend is that we have a discussion about creating a policy of discouraging natural gas use and direct the planning and building departments and the other land use departments to let applicants know about that as early on in the process as possible. I mean, we saw this with 9 School Street, that it was early enough in the process that when they came in and they said, well, of course, we're going to be planning to use natural gas. And we said, well, have you considered modern clean heat? Have you considered air source heat pumps? Here's our consultant, go talk to them. And as you know, they came back at the next meeting and said, oh, that was great. That was great information. I don't need to use the natural gas. I'm happy to use electricity. Thank you for letting me know about this. And we need that opportunity to have that conversation much earlier on in the process.
Did you have anything else, Himija?
Thank you. Yes, just a question for our National Grid rep. Or actually for anyone who can answer this. Because these plans have already been developed and the permits have already been established and issued, I should say, is there any chance that there can be a reevaluation of more green solutions here, or is that just not in question?
That would really be a question for the developer, right? That put in the subdivision. And I don't think they're represented here. And as Jim points out, they've already installed the gas infrastructure in the homes in the subdivision.
Okay, thanks for the info.
So I would just like to say that, where the planet's on track to go up 2.5 degrees C by the end of the century. And almost all scientists agree that if
degrees C, we're likely to see devastating results, like having no ice at the North Pole. And this is just a step backwards. It makes absolutely no sense to install natural gas infrastructure when we want to be releasing half the amount of carbon we do now in about 15 years, right? It makes no sense. It's unfortunate. I agree with Jim that I don't know that this is maybe too late for the Mirasol Circle development. It would have been nice if it was done earlier. I will open it up to questions from the public. Hello. If anyone else wants to ask a question, please line up. Thank you.
Judith Ehrenstein, 3 Gregory Lane, part of Mothers Out Front. You know me because I've been here talking about gas and gas leaks for a long time. And, we've changed from fixing the leaks to fixing the bigger leaks. And now we're talking about triage and transition. And as you both have said, and others have said, Acton has put out the citizens' will to not have any more fossil fuel buildings. So Mothers Out Front has been working on this triage transition and clean heat, but we're also working on indoor air quality. And we just had a presentation that honestly we should send to the developer. I have a gas stove, which I don't use. I use an induction top, just a little cheap top next to it. And the indoor air quality problem is huge, particularly for houses that are like 1,500 square feet and smaller. And so I've got some stats here that just like kind of blow my mind. That we have limits on air quality for outside. There's no limits on air quality inside. And if someone has a house that maybe has a vent that's not circulating well, or maybe doesn't even have a vent, because you can put in vents that actually don't circulate to the outside, the air quality can be 12 times worse than just cooking with an electric stove. But with cooking with a gas stove, it can be 100 to 500 times, 500%, worse than outdoors. So this is a really big concern. It's nitrous dioxide. It's like a particulate matter. It's an exacerbator of asthma for kids. 1 in 8 kids in Massachusetts has asthma. Anyways, this is a long and complicated way of getting to the point that I feel like, yes, it's a lost opportunity that happened, and I hate missed opportunities, and it leads to just feeling regret. And I think the town should not have regrets around this happening again. It really is very unfortunate. And if you want the information about indoor air quality, I'd be happy to send you the video of this webinar we did. And I think that's it. Really, the one thing I will say is it's not the responsibility of the user, but I will say, sort of as a parent and someone who cares about this matter, if people are using gas, you should have your vent on before you turn it on, and you should leave it on for 20 minutes afterwards. If you don't have an outdoor vent, then you should open a window. It's actually a very serious concern. And it's not the individual responsibility. I really do think it is the responsibility of the government, the town, to start putting limits on fossil fuels. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Alyssa Nichols, School Street. I would just like to take the opportunity, since we have National Grid with us tonight, to mention that on Stowe Street, there is a gas leak that has been reported. I called a couple months ago because I was driving down Stowe Street with my windows up, and the smell was so incredibly strong between the block from Robbins Street to Martin Street. A couple weeks ago, I learned from some residents that live right there that they have been calling National Grid for 3 years. So it sounds like the board may not be able to deny this permit for Stonefield Farm, but while they are there doing work, I think that they owe it to the residents there to fix that gas leak. One resident said that he saw bubbles in a puddle right there. It's really bad. And we recently heard about an explosion in Maynard that killed a man in his home. So National Grid, since you're here listening, please take care of that leak on Stowe Street. Thank you.
Thank you. Matt, would you call on the online people, please?
Hi, this is Justin. We have some people queued up to talk. First up is Deborah. You can talk.
Hi, thank you so much. I want to address these two different permits separately. And the first one, I want to sort of endorse what Jim was saying. I actually went to the site and talked to the site supervisor up on Quarry there, or what's going to be Mirasol. And he said, he basically said, I feel you. If I could wave a wand and make these air source heat pumps, I would. But, you know, it was approved as a fossil fuel project. So I don't think there's anything that can be done about that. But I want to tell you one thing he said to me. And he said, this isn't literally verbatim, but the gist was this. He said, the town, if it wants to discourage fossil fuel systems, should really let the design build people know when they first bring a project to the town's attention that the town discourages these systems. So horse's mouth, that is what he said to me today. So we may not be able to do anything about that because of, you know, it's having been permitted that way already. But I will say that I think it really points to the strong need, and I can't say this strongly enough, for town staff in those land use departments to do exactly what that guy, whose name is Greg, said to me today. Then to address the other thing, the Boston area Gleaners site. So a few of us from Acton Climate Coalition were talking about this when we became aware that this hearing was happening tonight. And so we did a little scurry over the weekend, and one of our members who lives near there reached out to the Gleaners folks, and the executive director, Usha, said they were unaware that this hearing was happening. And I had also done some research on using air source heat pumps for greenhouses, which apparently can be a thing. Certainly for the pack house and for the house itself, which is now being used as their offices, air source heat pumps, I can't imagine wouldn't be perfectly fine. But in any case, we sent a whole boatload of information to them, including the availability of a boat to consult with. And then just a few, like 2 or 3 hours ago, one of the staff people from Boston area Gleaners said in an email, "Thanks so much for sending over this information. Currently, the project is on hold until the spring, so we have time to research other options." And it had said in an earlier email that that BAG would be very interested in exploring options, for fossil fuel alternatives and possible solutions. So I'm passing that on with the strong recommendation that the board choose at least to put a pause on that permit, because it apparently could be a moving situation, and it seems crazy to get that site as well involved in what in 10 years will be stranded assets. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, we have call-in user number 2.
Hello, this is Tara. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So I'd like to have our officials stop calling it natural gas. It's a term that industry created to make people think it's natural. It's not. It's full of toxic chemicals added in the fracking process. Further, the term plastic service is, as far as I'm concerned, untruthful and misleading. It's new poisonous gas, destroying nearby plants, communities of color, and low-income residents, like in West Roxbury, right next to a school where the compressors distribution stations are located to accommodate these increases, and the rural people who have been suckered into allowing fracking and poisoning of their water. To me, it's a clear vote no on the subdivision for sure. I have no sympathy as far as people coming all the way through the process and saying, now you've got to approve this because it's already been permitted this far, blah, blah, blah. It's like the public shade trees. It's not an excuse. If they don't want to take the risk that this is going to get disapproved beforehand, then they should come to this hearing first. I believe it's time to go to court on this. 2 inches is too big. We can't continue to allow large pipes that are just continuing business as usual to burn up the earth. On the farm, I especially hope that you vote no and force a relook at the alternatives because of the amount of gas that's talking about being used. And I would like you to consider a policy to require the applicant to come and show you what they did to try and avoid gas. I have no sympathy for these projects. If they didn't want to take this risk, they should have been here first. Please don't vote no. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Karen Watkins.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
This is Karen Watkins from 126 Strawberry Hill Road in Acton. Just to reaffirm a couple of the points made by Deborah and Jim. While we wait for the state legislature to approve our all-electric bylaw, it seems important for our planning board and building commissioner to have the all-electric information to share, not just with those who apply for new building permits, but also for current building and homeowners with existing natural gas, to know about the options for transitioning from gas to greener technology. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Danny Factor. I have to promote him to panelist first. There you go.
Sorry, you've got, this is Karen again.
Yeah, I think Danny should be able to talk.
Yeah, you do have, thank you. Denny Factor, 11 Davis Road. I just want to say legally that this idea that we have to wait for the state legislature to act is not necessarily true. The reason that there's a contention that we need to do that has to do with an attorney general's decision, which was not necessarily constitutional. There's nothing preventing us from voting no on this and defending our right to do this in court. It's really the question whether we're willing to put our money where our mouth is. I think it's terrific that people are recognizing the climate emergency in talk, but we're not recognizing the climate emergency in action. I hear a lot of people speaking up, Mothers Out Front, which has done a terrific job talking about the problems of natural gas, but the solutions come from votes. And the only person that I've heard speaking about how we should actually vote as far as no is Tara, and I agree with her. I think this is not the time to further discuss the matter. We've discussed it enough. We know there's a climate emergency. The question is, are we not only willing to talk the talk, but walk the walk? And that means voting no. And if it means defending our action in court, let's be brave and do so. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is Stella Coe.
By Stella Coe, 11 Guswood Road, and I just want to say that I'm very thankful that our town has declared a climate emergency, and that, as Danny said, I hope that we walk the talk and that we can not just do business as usual, but I think since we're in an emergency, we need to take, extraordinary measures and be bold and say no when we can say no. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that's the end of the comments that I see. Mary Mulrooney, do you have any comments before we close the public hearing?
I would like to address the woman who mentioned there was a gas leak. I think she said Robin Street to Martin Street. I'd like to know the location of that, and also that needs to be called in if there's a gas leak.
I think this one has been called in. It's on Stowe Street near Robin Street. Do you know the exact address?
I do here. We actually have the National Grid data here at gasleaks.info. So the one of the leaks on Stowe Street is National Grid number 7340075. It's a 750 square foot leak where the gas percentage in the ground is 60%. There are other leaks on Stowe Street, one near Robin Street and one near Liberty Street, and I'd be happy to send the details of both of those to National Grid. It's all in their database though. So
Yes, no. I was just concerned that there was an active one now that hasn't been addressed that she was referencing.
yes,
So
these are all repaired. So they have been addressed to the extent that they have been placed on a list and not repaired. But yeah.
Okay. Any other comments, Ms. Mulrooney?
And the other caller, Deb Symes, does she know who she spoke with that said that the project was on hold from the Boston area clear site?
I think she said she spoke with the director or somebody said that. Deborah, if you want to raise your hand quickly again, and Justin, if you could call on Deborah, please.
Deborah, you should be able to talk.
Hi, thank you. The person who didn't tell me, it was in an email to Fran Cummings, and I was copied on it. And it said, it's from, hold on, Dylan Frazier, who was a staff member at Boston Area Gleaners, and he said, thanks for sending over all this information. Currently, the project is on hold until the spring, so we have time to research other options.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, I would take a motion to close the public hearing.
I move motion to close the public hearing.
Jim or Imogen, do you want a second?
I was just wondering whether we wanted to keep the hearing open for either of these. One thing we might be able to get an up-to-date opinion from town council. We have a 5-year-old opinion, which is, a bit out of date. And it might be good to be clear on, their analysis of the grounds under which these petitions can be denied, and the consequences of denying them. And also we have the chance that, one of these might just be, withdrawn if the Boston area Gleaners doesn't want to go ahead. We would not need to approve or deny. We could just simply have the petition withdrawn. So that's my only hesitation about seconding the motion.
Another way we could handle it, I think, is to take a motion to approve the Mirasol Circle, and we would vote on that, and then vote to continue the public hearing with leaving the other one undecided. Does that seem reasonable to people? Okay, so then I would take a motion to approve the Mirasol Circle gas main.
Motion so moved.
Is there a second? No second? Okay. Then, I would just take a motion to continue the public hearing to a time in the future.
So moved.
Is there a second for that?
Second.
All in favor of continuing the public hearing to a future meeting, say aye. Oh, sorry, you have to call the roll.
Oh, yes. So on the motion to continue the public hearing, Himija?
Aye.
Fran?
Aye.
David?
Aye.
And I vote aye as well.
Thank you, and thank you, Ms. Mulrooney.
Your computer froze, so I just want to make this clear. Marisol Circle was approved.
No,
And
we did not approve either. We just continued the public hearing to a future time.
for Marisol?
Yeah, there wasn't there weren't two members willing to vote in favor of Mirasol at this time. Mr. Manager.
A public hearing would have to be scheduled to a time certain, or continued to a time certain. So I don't know if Lisa knows exactly what's on tap for our next few meetings. Is there any slots available for a continuation of a public hearing?
I don't recommend the 6th.
Okay.
December?
7:35?
Sure.
Okay, since, then I would take a motion to continue the public hearing on December 20th at 7:35.
So moved.
Second.
Jim, would you please call the roll?
Himija? Fran?
Aye.
David?
Aye.
And I also say aye.
Thank you. And thank you, Ms. Mulrooney.
Oh, okay, and then the other one for Martin Street?
So we continued the public hearing for both.
Both, okay.
Right, so we just had one hearing for both things. So,
Okay,
so we'll pick this up again in about a month.
all right, even though, regardless of whether some of it is on private property or not, right?
Yes.
Okay, All right, so both of them then will be both the same day on, in December
Yes.
20th. Perfect. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, we have one more public hearing. The Acton Select Board will hold a public hearing in room 204 at Town Hall, 472 Main Street, on Monday, November 15th at 2021 at 7:40 p.m. on the proposed amendment to the existing traffic rules and orders by adding the following new stop sign locations: High Street, both approaches at Parker Street. From a computer, enter the ID, the link https actonma.gov/meetings/BOS, or from a telephone dial 646-876-9923 and enter the webinar ID 503-918-8785. Telephone users may dial *9 to request to speak after joining the meeting. Computer and app users may use the raised hand feature to speak. Mr. Manager.
Yes, I'd like to introduce our Public Works Director, Quarry York, who is going to present information about the proposed four-way stop on High Street.
Quarry has been promoted to panelist.
Thank you.
We can see you, Corey.
All right, I was just looking to, I see my dog, so we'll go with that one. I'm just gonna go through a quick presentation, just to give a quick update. I don't know if you can see my slide there.
Yes, we can see.
Okay. All right, so just going through a quick overview, as you had talked about, we're looking at the intersection of High Street and Parker Street. Right now, it's just got stop signs on Parker Street as you approach, and High Street does not have to stop there. When you look at looking at intersections and looking for whether or not we wanted to convert them to a multi-way stop application, we go to the Federal Manual on Uniform Traffic Control Devices. This is a manual set up so that traffic signs are consistent across the country so that drivers can kind of know what to expect, regardless of which state they're in, that everything's sort of applied the same. So in the case of multi-way stops, in order to do something like that, you go through an engineering study, and it takes in different criteria where they want you to look at. One of the criteria is whether or not, say, a traffic control signals are justified, and then a multi-way stop would be sort of a temporary measure to allow it while you're getting the signals in place. They also have you go in, look at accident data, and they have you go through looking at the traffic volumes as some of the other warrants. Some of the other conditions that they have you look at as far as those criteria, they have different sort of factors that you can apply. So if your speed limit exceeds 40 miles an hour, they allow you to reduce sort of the volume and accident data down, and take a look at that. And in instances where you don't necessarily satisfy any one warrant, if you are able to look at sort of the warrants for accidents and the volumes, and you can sort of satisfy those three categories at 80% of the value. It's another way you can do it. And then they have other considerations you can look at. So these other areas, they look at sort of the operational characteristics of the road, sort of alignment, how the two streets sort of appear in the area. So there's different kind of factors that you look at when you're going through. And then in addition to the federal manual, the state has their own amendment to the MUTCD. And the state just wanted to emphasize for application of adding a multi-way stop that's not to be used for the control of speed. They really wanted to put emphasis on those warrants for crash data and volume data to look at that. So what we've done is we've gone through an analysis. We did one back in around, I think, 2014. It did meet the warrants. So we did another one just recently. We had a consultant to go through and look at it for us. So they went through, looked at the traffic volumes, which it didn't meet the warrants for that. But they did, in looking at the accident data, they pulled the last 5 years, and they found in 2016 and 2019, they found 4 more crashes within a 12-month period that were deemed potentially correctable by having a multi-way stop. So it did meet that warrant for having a multi-way stop in place. And then as far as other considerations, they did acknowledge the sight line, as you look in the photo there on the right, as you're coming on off of Parker Street, sort of looking towards Main Street, with the horizontal curve in the road and the vertical grading, having sort of a limited amount of sight line that you could have looking up that way. So what we have before you tonight, after looking at the most recent analysis of this, would be to propose to put stop signs on both approaches of High Street as you reach Parker Street that would make it an all-way stop. If approved, we are talking with the police, so if it was approved, we would have stop ahead signs in addition to pavement markings. The weather's holding out, so we would try to put out stop ahead markings as well as the signs, as well as stop lines and the word stop there. Really try to draw our attention, because it would be an adjustment where drivers are used to driving straight through there. So it would be an adjustment where people would really want to get people's attention. So they learn that they would have to stop if this was approved tonight. So that's my presentation here. So I'd open it up to any questions you might have. Thank you.
Thank you, Quarry. Just 2 questions. Was it just the crash warrant, or were there any other warrants that were exceeded here?
It was just the crash warrants. It didn't meet the traffic volume criteria to pass on those. And then we haven't done a signal analysis, so so whether or not a traffic signal be warranted there, we haven't gone to that level yet.
Thank you. And the crosswalk across High Street, will that need to be repositioned with these stop signs being put in?
At this phase, I'm not looking to. We positioned it there. We did it for sight line to get people looking up the street. If High Street was approved for the multi-way stop, we would look, once we get that area marked out, we would look at potentially relocating that. We'd have to figure out with that sort of that right turn lane off of Parker and how that would work. But now we're just looking to try to get the stop lines and keep that as a mid-block crosswalk for now.
Thank you. Members of the board, anybody have questions? Henry, did you have a question? I can't see you, so say yes or no, please.
Yes, just a very quick question. Corey, you mentioned the traffic signal warrant. So when does that take place, or when does that warrant get approved in this process, if any, if it is?
Right now, we haven't gone that approach. We were looking to see if the multi-way stop was approved, and then during the road safety audit, there was discussions of potential other improvements to this intersection that might be taken on. So that's something we may sort of go to that next level to sort of look at other improvements that we might be able to do there and see what might make the most sense. But as a sort of a first step, we're just looking at this as a multi-way stop project.
Thank you. That's all for me.
Thank you. Anybody in the room have a question or a comment they'd like to make? Justin, could you call on the online people, please?
So we have call-in user number 2. You're on the air.
Hi, it's Tara from West Acton. First, I have a couple of questions. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. And it seems like you're talking about putting a stoplight in there? Did I hear that right? So
Stop sign.
stop sign. Okay, so stop control isn't the light, isn't like a traffic light.
No, it's not a traffic light. The proposal is to have 2 stop signs in the 2 directions on High Street. So right now, there are already 2 stop signs on Parker Street. We'd add 2 stop signs both towards Main Street and towards Powder Mill Road, just before Parker Street.
Thank you. Yes, because I feel like these traffic lights make things worse and less safe. So I'm very much in favor of the 4-way stop there. I'm curious about how much the study costs, because it's my understanding that these are town roads and we don't have to ask the permission of the state. So I'm wondering why we didn't just take a survey and see, you know, I think everybody wants one there, frankly. I think it would be a very small minority of people that would want to keep it like it is.
So there are
That's my other question.
There are standards for traffic controls, and Director York has just done the due diligence to be able to assess whether this intersection meets those standards.
Okay, so we don't actually have to do such a study. We just want to do a study.
It's not, I don't know if it's really a study, it's an assessment, right? It's, maybe I guess you could call it a study, but we can't just put things willy-nilly. We have to have a reason for doing it. And the reason for doing it is to provide us with the information to decide.
Thank you. And then were the neighbors notified that this was going on, or does this hearing exist today?
The public hearing was published.
So just as, so they did not get a special mailing?
I don't think so.
And then last question is, how much did the study cost, the tool, the contractor for this study?
I don't think there was one. Was there a separate contractor that did this?
Could I get was it 10,000 or was it 100,000?
Hold on.
Corey, could you please share the cost of this analysis if we used a contractor?
Yeah, we used an engineering firm, and I don't know the exact price, but I want to say it was in the range of about 4,000.
4,000. Okay, thank you very much. I'm very much in support of the stop signs there. It's very hazardous, and people go way too fast through that intersection. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no more comments, I would take a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Jim, would you please call the roll?
Himija, how about closing this hearing? What do you think? Okay.
I'll take that as an aye.
Yes. Fran?
Aye.
David?
Aye.
Jim also says aye. Hearing's closed.
So that's unanimous. Any further discussion amongst ourselves? Any comments? No? Okay, I would take a motion to approve the proposed stop sign on High Street at Parker Street.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, the motion's been made and seconded. Give Jim a chance to write that down, and then I'll ask Jim to call the roll.
Okay, on the motion to change the traffic laws to require the second pair of stoplights there, how say you, Himija Nagaredi? Stop signs, thank you. Himija, yes, she's nodding. Okay.
Aye.
Fran?
Aye.
David?
Aye.
Jim says aye. We're unanimous.
Thank you. So now we're on to the, I'm going to postpone the sewer commissioner's item till later in the meeting, and so I'd like to invite the finance committee up for the presentation on the town manager's capital improvement plan. So for everybody's information, this part of the meeting is a joint meeting with the finance committee, so we can hear the presentation of the capital, the town manager's capital plan at the same time, and we can, the members of each board can hear comments and questions by the other and hear the responses together, and possibly even discuss among ourselves. Madam Chair, I'll leave it to you to open your meeting.
Thank you. Could I ask that Jason Cole and Isha be promoted to panelists at this time? Noting the time in the presence of a quorum, I call this meeting of the Acton Finance Committee to order. Please note that under 940 CMR 29.10, one member will be participating in the meeting remotely via video conference due to a geographic distance of greater than 20 miles, and a second for health reasons. A quorum is physically present. Roll call votes are required when members are participating remotely. Thank you.
Thank you and welcome. Mr. Manager, your presentation.
Thank you, members of the Select Board, Finance Committee. This is the first ever presentation of the Capital Improvement Plan to a joint body made up of the Select Board and the Finance Committee. I'm very excited to initiate this new way of doing the budget process. It's good to have an audience in the room as well. About 5 o'clock this afternoon, we published the Capital Improvement Plan for the next 10 years. And I was going to go through the high-level summary of it to share some of the details with you, and I look forward to questions and comments. To give you a sense of, it's right on the town manager's webpage, actonma.gov/manager. It should be one of the first things you see is the new capital plan, and it's organized into several sections. We first talk about some background information, and then we get into some of the projects, and there's a lot of good attachments and appendix to the document, which will really provide a very solid primary source of information throughout the year. Throughout the year, people say, how many trucks do we have, or when was this building built, or when, all that stuff, it's all in here. So it's a good primary source of information. So where we are right now, this is November 15th. Just to give you a sense of where we're going, I'm scheduled to present the recommended budget, the operating budget, in about 3 weeks, December 6th, to hopefully another joint body made up of these two boards. And then we have a third joint session scheduled for the 20th of January. So please add that to your calendars if you haven't already. I think it'll probably start at 5:30 or on the earlier side. I believe it's a Thursday, but we can confirm that later. And then since town meeting has been postponed to May instead of in April, the deadline for posting the warrant is actually May 2nd. We are keeping the budget, or I am keeping my part of the budget process intact, even though the town meeting has been delayed, just to give the Select Board and the Finance Committee a little bit more time to review the information that you'll be seeing. So, as I mentioned, this document, and these are not meant to be read by you, this is just meant to be an example of what's in there, and I hope you dig into the whole thing. On pages 9 to 14, you'll find major project updates. These are kind of a snapshot in time right now for what's going on in a lot of the major projects that you've heard about, whether it's been in the recent capital plans or maybe is going to be in this capital plan, just to make sure that there's a high level of transparency about the work that we're doing and how we're investing the funding that the community approves every year at town meeting. As I mentioned, it's also a major overview of all the assets that we hold, the facilities, the parks, the playgrounds, the bridges, the stormwater culverts, the vehicles, everything's in there. It's a full accounting of all of our capital assets, which we will update every year, and it'll be a good primary source of information. So to get to the 10-year plan, it's very difficult to plan 10 years out. Most communities that have a long-term capital plan call long-term 5 years. And so I would call ours an extra long-term capital plan, just because it's so difficult to project out after 5 years. So we do our best to do that, and the departments and divisions did a really nice job this year and last year of trying to envision what needs will be either repeating themselves in the next 10 years or will be emerging in the next 10 years. And we try to capture all that in the needs assessment and try to plan for that in our recommendation. So in addition to identifying the needs, we're trying to also stabilize the funding and how much we use every year to have a more predictable pattern. We're trying to set aside a percentage of net budget to invest in non-excluded debt services to kind of have a standard that we use as a target. We're trying to balance the use of other funding. And of course, we're going to continue to aggressively seek grants and other funding sources, which we've done a lot of in the last few years, and we'll continue to do that. So just to give you a sense of some capital investment history in the last 4 or 5 years, we've invested about almost 4.5% of the total budget on capital in 2018. That increased in 2021. There were 3 major projects approved: the fire station, the twin school, and the debt for the Minuteman School. And so that's sort of where we've been, and we want to try to create a predictable pattern going forward. And so, and this is hard to read, but again, it's on page 27 of the book that's been published. What we've done is we've identified all of the capital that's been approved in the past. If it's been borrowing, it's going to run out over 10 or 20 or in some cases 30 years. And so we try to plug that in and program how much funding will be needed over the next 10 years to address the capital that's already been approved. And then we identify how much capacity we have to add new debt service and maintain an incremental increase in how much we're investing for pay-as-you-go from our reserves, and primarily free cash is the reserve source that we're referring to here over the next 10 years. And these are targets, and we will adjust them every year. And with a 10-year plan, it's very important to note that what's ultimately being recommended is the first year. And every year after that is for planning purposes, just to have a high level of transparency, a high level of understanding, to give people a sense of where the long-term financial picture is going. And, but we'll adjust the plan every year to make sure that it can be funded in each year as we go forward. So this is, I don't know, this probably isn't very easy to see, but again, it's on page 28 of the report. This is a graphic depiction of the strategy that I just tried to explain. And if you look at the colors here, which I think you can see, starting in 2018, the red, the green, and the purple represent what was approved for projects from reserves, from within the levy, and for debt service. And then if you go forward to 2023, the additional layers are what we're projecting using from the various funding sources, with the goal of being a gradual increase in investment that will keep up with the gradual increase in the overall spending of the town over the next 10 years to make sure that we're always investing a certain amount of our resources as a community into maintaining the capital infrastructure and facilities and roads and bridges that we are in charge of maintaining. So that's sort of the conceptual strategy for how we do it. To get to some of the projects, what we're proposing to fund in 2023. So we're looking at every year within the operating budget, there's funding set aside for normal operating capital items, machinery and equipment that we have leases for, police cruisers, a certain amount of paving and maintenance of roadways, building improvements and studies, bridge and culvert repair, IT records. Within the enterprise fund this year, we're proposing 3 projects: Ambulance 1, Ambulance 2, and DPW 14. Ambulance 1 is continuing our replacement program from our command vehicles. We just got delivered on Friday our first hybrid command vehicle for the fire department, which is a big deal. As you may know, the police department has transitioned a lot of its fleet to hybrid, but this is our first fire vehicle to join the movement, so we're excited about that. We're also going to be replacing an ambulance using a lease-to-own program, and the Public Works Department is replacing a grinder, which is a big machine that basically crushes everything, and the one that we have is broken or is breaking. And so this is a lease-to-own program to acquire one of those over the next 3 years. So within the the more traditional capital that you probably review under article, one of the articles on town meeting, these are projects recommended from free cash. And so this is a table, and this table appears on page 32. But what's different about the capital plan this year is that instead of just having a table with a very brief description, we now have pages of paragraphs with more detail about each item. So that if you look at this DPW 10, you can go to the next page and read what DPW 10 is. And what it is a net zero vehicle replacement program where we're taking advantage of a pretty innovative lease to own program that we're turning over all of our fleet and using the retained value in the fleet of vehicles that we have and putting it towards more efficient and energy efficient vehicles. And we can turn the whole fleet over in the next 10 years, hopefully sooner, but that's the target, and that's the plan shown here. DPW 13 is to continue the work that we actually started this week, or last week, to do the public shade tree assessment. This is an inventory of all of the trees in town to make sure we understand the health and the extent of our tree canopy to make sure we can manage it effectively in the future. DPW 19, stormwater is a very big expense that we have here in the community. Stormwater is everything from catch basins and drain pipes that you may be familiar with, but it's also curbing, it's drainage ditches, it's detention basins, it's culverts, and then it's street sweeping, and it's heavy equipment to replace all of that stuff. And so it's an annual investment, and the federal government has a very strict permitting program called the MS4 permit, which has been in the works for years. We're doing our best to comply with it, but there are annual expenses that exceed what we're recommending here, but we're just trying to stay above water, or stay above where we need to be. DPW 20 is an aligned effort, part of our stormwater management and compliance efforts are to fully account for all of our assets using GPS and laying it all out and having it all on a map with up-to-date information about condition. And so, Public Works is looking to do more of that. We're also, with what's happened with the River Street Dam, we want to be much more aggressive with our dam management program overall. And so Director York has put together a program over several years to inspect, create emergency action plans, and do all the other things that we're supposed to do with all the dams that we have in town. And so the DPW 21 is that investment. Facilities 43, that is a requirement for Board of Health to have a tight tank built at one of the fire stations where there isn't one now. It's not something that I think we have a choice on, but we have to do. Facilities 44 is to complete the fire alarm project that we started last year that was approved from town meeting. Facilities 45 and 46 are for this building, and that is to do a lot of work to insulate the HVAC piping and identify ways to make this mechanical system more efficient. Fire Department 6 is to replace the records management software. It's reached its end of life, and we need to get a new one. It's not something that we do every so often, so it's a capital expense because we don't do it that often. PD 3, Police Department 3, all of the laptops in the police cruisers are 5 or 10 years old, and if you can imagine what it's like to use a 10-year-old laptop, you can understand why we're replacing all of them in the police cruisers, and this is the investment to do that work. Planning 8 is to recodify the zoning bylaw. That is an involved project, which there's more detail within the capital plan, but it's basically to look at our entire bylaw and bring it up to date with where it should be, which is a project that the planning department wants to pursue. Town Manager 1 is to develop a public art plan. This is something that I feel is important to use as a tool for investment. There's already a lot of public art in this community, and I don't know that there's a very good accounting or inventory of that, and I want to make sure that there is. I also want to use all the infrastructure investments that will be made over the next 5 years to make sure that if there's opportunities to incorporate public art, that we use them, and having a plan like this would allow us to do that. TM3 is to just continue our very aggressive approach to sustainability with programs and initiatives. Earlier tonight, we talked about Abode, which is a contractor that we've hired, and funding in this line item would help continue programs like that and other exciting things that we're working on here on the sustainability front. So those are the free cash projects. 722 was recommended, was requested, 637 was recommended, or is recommended. And if you look at the next category, it's general fund debt projects. These are projects that are very big and would need to be borrowed for to be able to fit into the budget. The first is the River Street Dam project. Last year, town meeting appropriated $250,000 for that project to serve as a grant match. We're still pursuing that grant. In the event that we don't get that, we want to make sure that there's funding to complete that project. So we're requesting another $750,000, which would help to complete the work that needs to be done there. DPW 15 is to look at complete streets and intersections for three intersections in town and develop work towards future infrastructure improvement projects. Again, I believe the president signed tonight the infrastructure bill, and so we want to be able to position ourselves to have designs of intersections and complete streets. We want to have all these things ready to go for when they start distributing that funding. We want to be at the table with shovel-ready projects. So this DPW 15 would be to help with that. DPW 16 is sidewalks. So since I've been here, we get very few complaints in town, but one we get, or one that I've gotten frequently, is about sidewalks, and that we just don't have enough sidewalks. There are streets and residents in the community, throughout the community, that want sidewalks on their street and have been asking for it for years. The sidewalk committee was created several years ago, created a prioritized list. The backlog of prioritized sections of streets is nearly $17 million. It's not really possible for us to do that. I mean, it's going to take a long time for us to do that in the fashion that we have been doing, which is $100,000 or $200,000 or $300,000 a year. It really is going to require substantial investment if we are serious about adding sidewalks to all the areas in town that have been prioritized. And to that end, what was requested was a $5 million borrowing program. What I'm recommending is a $750,000 borrowing to complete some high priority, easy to do sections, but also to build and develop a program for fully designed sections, which will support a $7.5 million request in the future. Maybe if there's a special town meeting after this one or the next annual town meeting, I'd ask that the town consider in making a major investment in sidewalks. And because we can't absorb a $7.5 million program within the operating budget, I would suggest that one way to pay for it would be through a debt exclusion. And so that's DPW 16. DPW 23 is to continue to address concerns about bridges in the community to make sure that they're maintained and rebuilt and reconstructed to maintain safety for residents in the community. Transportation 1 is to replace our shuttle buses with electric shuttle buses to make them from CATs to ECATs. Overall, that would be $2.6 million worth of borrowing projects, which would have an annual debt service of approximately $410,000 for what's been recommended for FY23. So that's a lot of detail, and there's a lot more in the book that's been published. And I hope that you have time to go through it, and I look forward to questions that you have. So I'd offer the opportunity now for initial questions, and I encourage you to reach out to me between now and whenever you can with other questions.
So Madam Chair, should I just call on the members of the,
Sure, that would be great.
can I start at the end? Actually, yeah, that one is. Thank you.
Thanks, John. Two questions, actually three. What are the renovations for the other fire stations? In what years, I guess?
So in, I want to say 26 or 27, we're proposing a study to look at the conditions and needs and prioritize the plan for how to address those for the other older fire stations.
Okay, don't take this the wrong way, but in 2015, we had a study to assess all our buildings, and they didn't fare that well in that one, so I doubt they'll be better. Though I will admit we've done some stuff.
Well, it wouldn't be to look at the conditions. I mean, that would be part of it, but it would also be to look at the utility and the capabilities of what they have and what we would need at that time. But yes, it is something that we've done before.
And is this a update of last year's initial 10-year plan in terms of the?
Generally, that's the approach here. It's a lot more work than that. You make it sound.
Make
by
it sound
saying
easy,
that,
I know.
But,
was there a change in assumptions about escalation of costs this year versus last year?
we did update the 10-year plan, so every department had programs in the approved 10-year or the recommended 10-year plan last year, went through and looked at the 10 years worth of projects and said, oh, that one actually is going to be more now. This one's going to be more now. We don't need that one anymore. So yes,
Okay.
we did adjust them for what's happening right now.
All right, I won't ask the third one.
Roland, please.
Thank you, Chairman Martin. John, my question is on the laptops of the police department. Those the town buys?
Yes.
Why don't they lease them like most corporate America does, where you trade them over every couple of years because technology changes so fast, and especially in laptops. I have a laptop that's maybe 8 years old and things slow as can be. I can imagine what the police are dealing with if that's the case. And I don't understand why you wouldn't lease them. I mean, it makes a heck of a lot more sense, in my opinion, to lease laptops and then trade them over every 3 to 4 years and get the latest and greatest, because technology changes, applications change, software changes, everything. And by having something that's 10 years old, to me, it leaves the town vulnerable, where somebody can figure out what you're using, they can break into the system and hack your systems. And that gives me grave concern from an IT standpoint, where we shouldn't be buying from it, we should be leasing it. And I don't know if the town's thought in that direction, but I would urge them to look at that. I agree with Steve on the fire stations. I mean, it's way overdue at this point right now. I'd urge you to push that up closer instead of waiting to 26, 27. Look at those.
Having split out the call centers, the dispatch centers, how has that changed this plan? And are we keeping an eye on what those expenses are coming down the line that we will have to, that presumably won't be a part of this plan going forward, but we do need to keep an eye on?
You're referring to the joint dispatch
RACC.
program with Concord. So that program is still in its early stages, and so it hasn't been reflected in this capital improvement plan. But what it did do, or what it will do, is provide a funding source for some of the capital needs that we have in public safety.
Would those items continue to be in this plan going forward? I don't want them to fall off our knowledge that someday that the software, et cetera, will need to be replaced. I just don't want that to be a blind spot because it's been broken out to a new entity.
No, it's the same people that, yeah, absolutely. We'll maintain control over that, and it'll be part of the planning that we do every year to make sure we have everything we need.
Thank you. Also, what is the definition of capital? The recodifying of the zoning bylaw to me strikes me, without having had a chance to read it, as more of an ongoing operating expense. I would presume that happens periodically. So I'm unclear. I assume there's an official definition of capital, because that I don't know. If you could please clarify that.
Sure. I mean, just to go to that specific example, recodifying the zoning bylaw is a big project, and it's not something that we would do often. We would do it every 10 years or less frequently, because it's a major kind of reorganizing of the whole document. So it is kind of a one-time project. So capital is defined as one-time projects or projects over a certain amount, dollar value.
Okay, so it's not largely limited to physical.
No, there's studies, there's, it's just, the thing that I stay away from people. Staffing is not a capital, but most other things can be, depending on how much they are.
Mike, please.
Yeah, John, I appreciate the detail that went into this. I spent the last several days going over the previous plan, assuming it would be very similar to the current plan today, and it is, but I really like how you identified the funding sources and what projects actually become reality is something we have to determine, but I think I'd like to acknowledge the big effort that went into that plan, and we'll see what happens. Thank you for all the energy you put into it.
Thank you.
Christine?
Yeah, I agree. This looks great, and I look forward to spending a little more time with it. I have to kind of agree with Christy a little bit. I'm not sure that before today I would have characterized a recodifying of the zoning bylaw, regardless of the cost, time, and effort, as a capital expense. Capital expenses, even if you're talking about studies, are usually studies towards some physical structural change. So I'm not completely convinced yet that that really belongs in this particular document. But my other question is, aside from the River Street Dam, are there other items on this list that you think might fall under the new infrastructure project bill that we might be able to access funds for?
Yes. Several of the public works projects, we believe, would put us in position to go after that federal funding. Dams, bridges, some of the intersections, maybe the sidewalks. That'd be great, right? The sidewalks, I don't know. We don't know exactly what will come from what was approved today, but we're looking forward to the potential of using those sources to offset the local resources needed to do these projects over the next. We're not going to be able to do these projects without those sources. And so as we have with the $18 million that we're bringing in for Kelly's Corner and the several other millions of dollars we bring in every year, we're going to continue to find ways to use things other than local tax revenue to fund capital improvements.
Yep, we appreciate all of the work you've done to bring in funding and grants and other sources, and please keep up that great work.
I'm just going to back up and roll ahead one more question. This was Steve's third question. Go ahead.
Thank you. So, John, I do thank you for putting this together. How many dams does the town have? I know we have the main dam on School Street, but.
Corey, are you still out there? We have.
He just unmuted himself.
He can do it from his head, I bet.
Yep. Wait a minute.
Yeah, I don't know if I have a real good answer. I would guess about a dozen, but that's not necessarily town-owned. There's a series of some private ones as well as publicly owned.
And are any of those in the same realm as School Street Dam, that we have to do something about it and either eliminate them or?
That we're focusing on first is the Bellows Farm Mill Dam, which is a small-sized, low-class hazard potential dam. It was inspected in 2020, and deficiencies were noted, and the condition of the dam is deteriorated. So we're proposing to do a emergency action plan and look at other cost-effective solutions to resolve the deficiencies within the existing dam structure.
Thank you. Too bad we couldn't use them to generate electricity. That'd be great. I guess that's not an option. Thank you.
Adam. Thank you, John. I don't have any specific questions until I get a chance to dig into the CIP a little bit more, but I would like to know where this will be appearing in the ALG plan, and that can be answered offline if need be. But I love the fact that we have this CIP, and that now 5 years, 10 years forward, we can put that as a line item where you've got your ALG plan, and you can say, here's if we put in these capital expenses, and here's if we put in these capital. So it's, you know, it's paramount for planning, and we really thank you for doing the work. And you can answer me offline, but just wondering if this is going to be become part of the ALG process as well.
Yeah, I'd like to answer you online, and thank you for your comments. And yes, part of the work that we've done this fall in reorganizing the ALG plan with the ALG team included adding a tab for non-exempt debt service in our projections for what we believe it will be and what our target is for investment over the next 10 years. So it's been incorporated already. Again, it needs to be adjusted every year, but it is currently part of the plan.
To finish the Finance Committee, Jason, please.
Thank you very much. First and foremost, I'd like to thank you for bringing this to us, and I appreciate this being a joint meeting with the Select Board. This has been a request of the Finance Committee and our point of view since before you joined us as town manager. So I thoroughly applaud this second stab at it, and it looks like this is more robust than last year, and I'm looking forward to it. Secondly, having received this less than 2 hours before this meeting, I would like to take the opportunity to fully read through this, and I would ask that you be open and amenable to changes as we get closer to town meeting, and that this not be a case of, well, it was presented and therefore we should be good to go. Like Mr. Noon, I do have a couple of questions, if I may, and I will try and keep them brief, but I ask leave of the two chairs to please allow me to engage in a bit of brief back and forth with the town manager. Mr. Manager, sir, did you create this document?
Can I start before you start the back and forth? It is meant to be, the reason that, and thank you for bringing that up. I should have presented that in my presentation, but the reason that we're doing the capital plan before the budget is to provide an opportunity for feedback and adjustment. If you recall, because of timing and because of the pandemic and all kinds of reasons, we did the budget and the capital plan the same night last year, which really didn't give us a lot of that opportunity to have reflection. So thank you for bringing that up, and that is exactly why we're doing it 3 weeks before the budget, so there is an opportunity to make adjustments.
Definitely a step in the right direction. Thank you very much. I applaud that. Sir, did you create this document with the previous third-party study in mind, or is this completely and solely generated by the department heads?
Both.
Okay, so you have overlaid this document against the last third-party capital needs assessment that was done, admittedly, a couple of years before you joined us. Is that correct, sir?
No, we did the comprehensive capital needs assessment about 12 months ago, and what's been presented tonight is an update to that.
So you did not bring into your consideration, your deliberation, the third-party study that was done, I want to say 4, maybe 5 years ago at this time, correct?
No, incorrect. That was considered in the plan that we presented last year, and we've since updated our considerations.
Okay.
Latest version.
So absolutely, given the current state of inflation and the standard escalation costs, I would like to ask why this $78 million plan that you put in front of us today is more than 3 times the third-party study from 5 or 6 years ago.
Well, that study that you keep referring to was only about buildings, and this capital plan encompasses everything that we do here as a community, not just our buildings.
Okay, very good. I will continue to read into it. As I said, it's only been out for 2 hours. Can you also please, in future presentations, can you please identify which of these projects you anticipate are being covered by ARPA, by any other federal monies, or whether this is going to come directly from assessment or reserves? It's just a request for ongoing documentation. Is that something that you can sign up for?
Yeah, the funding source recommended for each project is directly. Project has been assigned a funding source already.
My apologies. I literally got this after coming home from work today, so I will look through that a little more carefully. But I would definitely like to see line items, whether it's supposed to be ARPA, whether it's supposed to be bipartisan infrastructure bill, whether it's from newly acquired excluded debt, or whether it's coming out of general taxation. This is a request that I've made of the school, a capital improvement plan, and this is a natural corollary to the request that Mr. Moldy just made. But will you commit to coming back to this board and the committee on an annual basis to show the results, basically a scorecard of how we did? And in particular, I would love to see the projected cost, the actual cost, and the completion date, so that we can go, hey, great, you were within 5-10% of expectation. That's perfect gold star, or you're off by 50%, because 50% in either direction is not good either. So I would ask if you'd be willing to commit to having, by all means, show us the next year, but also please show us a scorecard of how things went for the last year.
Yeah, in the budget last year was a score approved in the prior year, and I would intend to continue that tradition I started last year.
Okay. I would also echo Mr. Borden's position that laptops should not be considered capital, but be part of ongoing operations. Something that is by its very nature ephemeral, 2, 3, 4 years maximum, should not be considered a one-time thing. So I would love to see something that we know is going to be obsolete in 3 years, not be considered capital. And as to Ms. Anderson's question, is there any risk that the newly acquired equipment that we're going to put in the cruisers will immediately be rendered obsolete at the time of the new regional board or the new regional dispatch center, because of a standard that was chosen that may not be completely compatible with the equipment that we just purchased?
No.
Good. And finally, what amount of money in total are you proposing to bring to the next town meeting as a debt exclusion?
That's not a discussion that's not something that I'm authorized to do. My presentation tonight was to recommend to the select board and with the finance committee here as well, investments that we need to make to provide infrastructure to our community. I identified a need of $17 million for sidewalks. There's also a need in the next 10 years for a public works facility. I'm not proposing a specific dollar amount to bring to town meeting. It's something that I look forward to discussing with the select board.
Will that number be part of the town manager's proposed budget that you bring forward in a couple of weeks?
I don't know.
I don't think there would be time for us to vote on it for that time.
Right, so that's my point. The town manager has put forward a number of items, some of which he has properly identified grants for, which are always approved, and I love it. Please keep that going. That's something I want to give you absolute props for. But anything that is going to be brought to town meeting as a debt exclusion, the sooner that is identified and the sooner that number is identified, back to the conversation about ALG, the better, because that is where the rubber hits the road for the next fiscal year. So please The sooner that number is identified, the better. Thank you very much, Madam Chair and Mr. Chair. Those are my questions. Thank you.
Just to clarify, the capital plan that's been recommended, that I've recommended, is to invest $750,000 in FY23 to start the sidewalk program. And I would recommend that the board and the town consider a debt exclusion in the future for the next phase of the sidewalk program, which will be the expensive phase, the more expensive phase. And that's not something I'm recommending in FY23. So that's why it wouldn't be necessarily the town manager's recommended budget, unless I'm told to add it.
So if I may, just like the ALG process for the last, gosh knows how many number of years, I believe it's October, where it's asked to bring forward any operating override or debt exclusion questions. If you're not asking for any for this year, great, wonderful, no problem. But by all means, by September, October of next year, if you're looking for any operating overrides or debt exclusions, please make sure to bring them, flag them very early in the process and not at the time of the budget, recommended budget first read.
I'm flagging them tonight, which was the purpose of including in my presentation. So consider
But you
yourself.
don't have a number.
Consider yourself early warned.
But you don't have a number for us tonight, correct?
1.5 million is what I mentioned earlier, but it's not something that is recommended for 23.
Very good. As long as it's for next year, that's fine.
Isha, please.
I think she had to step aside.
But she came back. Oh, she went away again. Okay.
Although he's in the audience, would you mind if Mr. Wellinghoff had
Hi.
questions?
Hi, Dave, please go ahead.
Just a question more on process is, it looks like for the fiscal 23 budget, there's a bunch of like line items, like there must have been a very large list that was prioritized. And I guess two questions is, one is, how did that list come to bear just in first place? And that's just the innocent question around process. I think that was page 27 of what you had presented, or 28 maybe. And then the second question is, when you design that list, I'm just asking generally going forward for capital requests, is like what constraints does the select board put forth? Is it like a dollar amount? Is it, obviously everything can be a very high priority. How do you just prioritize, and then under what constraints do you prioritize the items?
Well, you can go first. And
Thank you. So for FY23, the needs assessment resulted in $11.1 million worth of needs for fiscal year 23. And so working with the finance team and the rest of the staff, we figured out a way to prioritize that $11 million into what ended up being, closer to $4 million in total recommended for this year. And the rest was either spread out through the next 10 years, revised or reconsidered. And in terms of the funding direction that I've received from the board, annually we work together. I have an eye on what the ALG plan says, and I'll be working towards that as we develop the budget in the next few weeks. But that's also another reason that I wanted to make sure we got this out before the budget, to make sure that I got any initial feedback or direction before I finalize that document.
No, that's great. And again, I'll be the fifth or sixth to applaud the document in general. Just a smaller question, just for my own knowledge, is when you originally came up with a list of 11 million or so, how does the team just prioritize that? Is it just the sidewalks, has been on the list for a while? Maybe just step me through that at a high level.
Select board goals are a driving factor.
Yeah.
So if departments are asked to identify how their project request aligns to select board goals, or how do the master plan objectives or other policy directives and guiding documents that we work with. And that's how we prioritize. And we usually, we look at the select board goals from the last 2 or 3 years, because a lot of those priorities haven't changed much. And that's how we got to where we are.
Okay, great, thank you.
Yeah, I was just going to say the priorities to me come from two different ways. Kind of one is based on the select board goals, but you can see that sidewalks, for example, is a long-term goal for the select board this year. And then the individual needs come from the departments, right?
Sure.
Right. They're not driven directly by select board goals.
Okay, yeah, like I said, just mostly for my knowledge. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Adam,
John, did you say the 7.5 million request and excluded debt would start after fiscal '24? Is that, just to clarify?
I didn't specify when. I just suggested that the board, rather than investing $5 million in FY23, that we take a two-step approach and first allocate around $750,000 to knock off a couple small sections, but then to build out a really robust program and put together a team to construct many millions of dollars worth of sidewalks to be able to address the backlog. Because I think that if we don't do that, I think there needs to be policy decisions made that we're not going to do sidewalks, because it's never going to be less expensive to build them. And, we have to kind of take a big chunk out of the list or reprioritize the list and reduce the list, which I guess would be an option too.
Great, thank you.
Christie, I want to move forward, though, to select board comments, but go ahead, please.
Before I could make any decision about the support of the sidewalk project, I would like to understand the ongoing cost of having a sidewalk per 100 or mile or whatever in terms of maintenance and the snow plowing, if we continue to do that for every sidewalk around town.
Thank you. Jim?
Just specifically in terms of the thank yous, you've made even further improvements on the opening sections to describe the different funding sources, and really appreciated that. Okay, a few questions and a comment or two. Okay, the TRO1, where you're talking about EVs for transportation, could those be leased? Could that be part of your leasing program?
Yeah, the request came in initially as a lease, which would be in the range of 75 to 80 a year. So yes, to answer your question, yes.
Okay, so that's an option, but it's still under study about which makes more sense. Okay, great. The next one was in terms of PL08, which talks about rewriting the bylaws. Does that include addressing the selectmen long-term goal to review bylaws for alignment with our sustainability goals and equity goals, or is that a separate process?
So the recodification of the zoning bylaw means restructuring, reorganizing, clarification, simplification, and illustration with an effort to minimize the resulting changes to the meaning and effect of the bylaw. Although such changes cannot be avoided, necessary corrections and updates in response to more recent changes in state law and case law would also be included. We would also, as part of this, yes, we would incorporate an audit or type of exercise into some of the goals that we have as a community as it relates to equity and other similar goals.
Great, thank you. And then the last thing was just a comment on bike paths and bike planning in potential competition or in coordination with sidewalk planning and construction. The thing about building bike lanes is that they don't do well piecemeal. People travel fairly long distances by bicycle, so having an actual plan that we can execute large pieces of is really important to get people to be able to use bicycles rather than cars sometimes. But we haven't done unlike sidewalks, where we've carefully looked at all the sidewalks, come up with priorities, and have a list. We don't have that planning yet for bicycles. And there may be cases even where if one had a bicycle plan, that would impact the sidewalk plan, because you might want places where that would be multi-use paths for both bicycles and pedestrians in narrow places where bike lanes don't make sense. This may be more of a comment about the larger plan, because the $750,000 initial plan seems to involve streets that don't have big bicycle issues, but I'm not sure. And I still think it's worth looking even at those before we, and definitely to look at the state of bicycle, to have a complete bicycle plan before we start spending a lot of money on the sidewalks. Thanks, that's it.
Thank you. Could I just address that? Thank you. It gives me an opportunity to mention some of the work that relates to bicycle infrastructure that is incorporated into many other things that we're doing currently, but it also is part of DPW 15, which was a proposal under new debt service. We're doing planning and infrastructure planning in corridors. We just completed or nearly completed a powder mill corridor study in collaboration with Maynard using grant funding. We already know about Kelly's Corner, which is a total redo of that whole corridor to incorporate bicycle safety. The Select Board is looking at the Prospect Street intersection of Main Street. As part of this, and we just received funding last week to do the Great Road corridor and look at the complete streets improvements along that whole stretch of road. So we have a ton of work going into providing safe environments for bicyclists and pedestrians and drivers, car drivers. But in the 23 plan, we're also proposing to do South Acton, Main Street corridor study, and this would be from Central to High, which would help connect the South Acton Village to some of the other projects I just mentioned. And we're also proposing to do more work in West Acton along those same lines to continue building out these bicycle-friendly and pedestrian-friendly corridors and connecting the villages, leveraging other state grant-funded programs.
Thank you. Fran?
I have no direct questions.
Okay.
It's a lot of information. I got it kind of late in the day. So I think it's great that it's a 10-year plan. And I look forward to delving in.
Thank you. Hamaja?
Yes, I have a couple questions. One of them is extremely elementary. Would love some clarification on it. So in the capital investment strategy, you mentioned non-excluded debt service. Can you explain what that means?
So debt service can be either, if it's not excluded from Proposition 2.5, it's included. Right, so it means it has to be paid for within the limits of Proposition 2.5. Does that make sense?
Yes,
So that plus the operating budget can't be more than 2.5% increase in a year.
Great, thank you.
Or the
My
increase of the tax rate. Go ahead.
Perfect, thank you. My second question was in the let me try to find my notes. So within the chart where it listed the proposed capital budget, I was wondering who established the fiscal year 23 request items and recommended. Was that based on town staff and what they felt were, projects that were being requested, and then kind of what would be recommended at least for this year's fiscal cycle?
Yeah, so department heads and division heads submit requests to my office, and then I worked with the finance team to develop a set of recommendations. So the requests come from the departments and the recommendations
From me.
Great, thank you. Question is, can other town committees provide feedback, and if so, how?
Hopefully they're watching tonight. If not, they can read and provide input to the select board or to me or both, or the finance committee.
Okay, great. And then that would be discussed at our next select board meeting. Right?
Well, it depends on the thing.
Okay.
Great.
Great. That is all my questions, but definitely wanted to echo what several people have said. I think it was really great having the finance committee here, even just from the perspective of kind of seeing how they thought of the budget and the questions that they asked. That was really informative to me. And I think that it's a step forward in the right direction. I look forward to reading this more in detail as well, and kind of coming up with more specific questions, but I think overall it's great. And I love the emphasis on providing more details on what these line items are. I think that from a transparency point of view and from making these capital improvement plans that we're publishing to the community accessible, I think that it's a step in the right direction. So thanks.
Thank you. I just have a couple of quick comments. I think the categories that Jason was looking for are on the 2023 proposed budget on page 31.
Except for the difference between general funded debt and excluded debt. And so to me, I don't know how the rest of you guys think. I mean, I think of an operating override as being very different than excluded debt, right? An operating override, we'd need to know really early to figure out anything. Excluded debt can actually be, a decision can be made after the fact, to me, right? So in the town manager's proposal, there's $2.7 million of debt service debt this year, and with a $410,000 debt service. We could choose to exclude some of that, all of that, none of that, right? And we could do that kind of after the fact. We could do that for our sidewalks, next year. Yeah, I'll let you go in just a second okay, I'll tell you. There's two comments to this now, so we'll go ahead. Jason, why don't you go ahead first?
My understanding of debt exclusion is that it has to be voted at town meeting and that it cannot be done after the fact. If you wish to have a debt exclusion, it has to be approved by town meeting by 2/3 vote. So unless I'm very much off base, no, I don't believe you can declare that something is a debt exclusion after the fact.
No, I'm sorry, maybe bad choice of words on my part. So I didn't mean after town meeting. I meant, so an operating override to me.
If we were proposing one, we're not, right? But we would need to know very early in the budget cycle. Whereas excluding debt or not can come later in the budget cycle. After we've decided what capital we want to include in the budget, right? It's kind of an iterative thing, obviously, because you have to be able to, service the debt out of, what you have in Proposition 2.5 or not. But to me, it's a little bit, I'm just saying that to me, anyway, there's a difference between an operating override and excluding debt.
So I would defer to the people who've been on ALG long before I have, but my understanding is that anytime you wanted to do something that was over and above the provisions of Prop 2.5, that had to be identified by October.
That's not my understanding, but I'll let Steve go speak to that.
I can only speak for the last 15 years. Yeah, that was the operating. Obviously, anybody.
ALG knows every ALG makes up its own rules at the start of the year. But when we used to do operating overrides, that was the rule that most ALGs complied with, simply because there's an education process that has to happen and an organizational process that has to happen to get the community support behind it. It wasn't a question of the staff needed that much time or the communities needed that much time. It was more, we have to get the community organized to support it.
Mm-hmm. And I respect that you have a distinction between operating override and capital override. But in the eyes of the average taxpayer, I would posit that most people would consider that any rise in the tax bill over and above Prop 2.5 meets the definition of an override. It should therefore be considered very early, meaning October.
Well, I don't see how you, this is not the point that I'm making. I don't see how you can decide that you're going to
To
need.
override on capital items until you decide what the capital items are, right? You can tell that earlier on in an operating override, and it's more important for an operating override since it's, to me anyway, a bigger deal. You know, when it comes down to it for a capital item, you can decide to do it outside 2.5, to do it within 2.5, or not do it, right? And you can do that, again, in my view, later in the game. Christine?
Yeah, I was just going to add that for the last 2 years that I've been a part of ALG, that's not something that we have voted into the rules. And so it is not something that we have established going forward.
Christy?
I'm finding myself very confused by what you're saying. I think we're using maybe the term capital override has a different meaning for you than it does for us. What I'm hearing you say right now is that there could be an introduction of a debt exclusion override later in the process if some of these capital items were deemed to be, should be paid for, deemed to be necessary but should be paid for outside of the operating budget. Is that what you're trying to say?
So I think when it comes down to doing one of the individual capital items, I mean, you're talking about exclusion, usually we're talking about a larger item. There's a lot of decisions when you get into that, and you can decide to make the project more gradual. You can decide to exclude its debt or not, or you can decide not to do it, right? So there's a lot of decisions, and you can make those decisions for all the capital items. The operating budget is one big thing, right? If we don't feel we have enough money to operate next year, that's something we know early on, and there isn't the option to postpone it, right? Let's just take for example sidewalks and next year. We could decide that maybe next year isn't the year to do the sidewalks, or maybe it is. And if it is, do we want to exclude the debt or do we not, right? And so those are decisions for each thing, to me. Right?
But you're saying, just to simplify the discussion, you believe that operating overrides should be decided early in the process, but debt exclusion overrides could occur later in the negotiation budgeting process.
I think it not only could occur, I think you have to decide what you're doing first, right? So we decided fairly late in the process to exclude the debt for the fire station, right? That wasn't a given from the beginning. Right?
That is not my recollection. That's a $10 million project. No.
Oh,
Am I misremembering?
We
Well,
also,
it's,
sorry.
no, go ahead, Christine.
I was just going to say, we also decided a school debt exclusion late. It always comes down to when we're trying to figure out how we're going to pay for everything. That the debt override, the debt exclusions, in my experience, since I've been on the committee, have never come in October. They've always come gradually as part of, once we figure out what we're going to do, then it's how we're going to pay for it. Are we going to pay for it within the operating budget, or are we going to approve a debt exclusion? And
Okay, but my understanding, my recollection is that they came before the January budget presentation. We're not talking
I would agree with that.
March.
No, I would agree with that.
Okay,
But-
I just want to make sure we're not talking coming down to final ALG negotiations and we decide.
So, I used bad words when I said after the fact, right? It's the operating override is kind of before the process that we're involved in now. I mean, we would want to know if we were, certainly before the town manager's budget presentation at our next meeting, if we were intending to do an operating override, right? You'd want to know certainly before that. Whereas the capital, right, we're in the midst of discussion, right? And we would want to know before we have the budget presentation, but not before we've heard what the capital items are, right? We couldn't have done this a month ago.
Okay, but we're not talking about pushing it out.
One moment, Jason, please.
We're not talking about pushing it out for, I just don't want this to be part of the negotiation around what the budget is.
No, I'm not suggesting that.
Thank you.
I'm just saying that I believe it's, first of all, the two things are different, and one is inherently earlier than the other. Jason, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to posit that in the past, we have taken these items up on a one-by-one basis in any given fiscal year. One of the things that I love about the town manager bringing forward a 10-year plan is that we have a 10-year plan. That we don't have to do the January, February, oh crap, we finally decided this is something we want to do this fiscal year. So while I understand this is the first year and things can be squishy, moving forward, the purpose of having a long-range plan is so that you know very early on in the cycle what your plan is to do for the next given fiscal year.
Absolutely agree. But, the decisions for how to pay for things come a little bit, again, to me, for both practically and everything.
Is a little bit after you've decided what you're doing, right? We can pay for each of these capital items out of the operating budget, just pay as you go. We can borrow for them or not, and we can exclude that debt or not. And then we have the additional thing of leveraging the stabilization fund or not, right? So there are, between when we decide kind of, we have a proposal for what to do with the capital, and when we get to the budget day in January, that's when we kind of lay out what categories of payment get going. But
I would posit that anytime that you go above and beyond a Prop 2.5, you need to know long before January.
Okay.
I just want to make a couple other comments on other the capital items. Some of these can be answered offline, Mr. Manager. There was an item last year for computer equipment in the cruisers. How does that relate to the laptops this year?
It's a multi-year effort.
Okay. My second question was, when does the DPW building come in any kind of planning effort? I noticed that there's no, at least in my glancing at, there's no monies in next year. When do you next expect that to come up as an issue for these boards to be
So in FY24, I have placeholders for the $1 million in design that was deferred from this most recent town meeting. And then for placeholders, I have two $15 million items in 25 and 26. But again, without the feasibility study being completed, the board is intending to establish a building committee. So this is really premature, but since it's a 10-year plan, we need to have it in here. So I guess to answer your question, FY24, 1 million, FY25, 15, FY26, 15.
And then, there are some detailed questions which members of the Finance Committee or Jim has brought up in the case of sidewalks about various items. How do the detail on these going to become through? For example, I have questions about the range on the EV buses and how they intend to be used. Is that something that we'll know in when in the budgeting process or after the budget process will we know that? Or is that is that going to be evaluated in FY23 before the purchase is made?
Well, I think we could answer that question soon as possible. And any questions we have about any of the capital projects, we endeavor to answer before the budget process completes, so that everyone goes into town meeting if things get recommended, knowing the full scope of what's being proposed. So I certainly can get back to you on the range. I did ask, and I think we're still trying to figure it out, but I think we'll figure it out soon.
I did a quick lookup of those, and I'm just wondering. I don't want to derail this now, but what I was able to find for range, I wonder how we're going to use these vans. So that. Any other questions before I open this up to members of the public? Dave, please. I would like. Steve first. Okay, so Steve.
Just a procedural question. How soon do you want questions, or When's your deadline for questions on capital stuff? I mean, I assume you don't want it all thrown at you just before you do your budget presentation, but.
Well, thanks for asking. I think that typically we would ask the Finance Committee to work through the chair to provide questions on the budget leading up to the January 20th workshop.
You want to do it the same way on the capital question?
I guess so, but the sooner the better. I'd rather not wait till January if you have questions. I'm ready now, or tomorrow, whenever you're ready.
My third question was the one Dave just asked, so I'm happy.
The details on individual light items. Dave, please.
Yeah, thanks. And I apologize about the open-ended nature of this question, and I would actually ask you to start a clock on this one. So, so we talked about this a little bit in our last couple of FinCom meetings. Just inflation is obviously pretty elevated now, and it looks like it's getting a little more sustainable, at least over the near term. Clearly, Prop 2.5 limits a lot of the taxing levy ability of the town. And when you look out over the next year or two, and you think about, collective bargaining agreements and salaries, wages, and benefits potentially growing at 4, 5, 6%, and then you look at a capital improvement plan over a 10-year time period, this giant number that could be growing at 5% can crowd out a lot of things really quickly, and you could be looking at a lot of just volatility in like where tax dollars can go. And so I guess my question, loaded as it is, and maybe just for more food for thought, is how does the select board and the town manager just think about that? Is that if you have 70% of the town's budget growing at 5% a year, and that's $70 million, $3.5 million a year, whatever the number is, it's much higher than the 1.5 it has been. So even that delta there of $2 million becomes a big number really quick, and then a sustainable big number over a number of years. And so I know you guys have probably thought about this, or you guys and gals have thought about this, and I know the Finance Committee has started talking about inflation being a little more sustainable, but it does seem like that number is going to be a little elevated, at least for some time, particularly when contract negotiations start and everything else around that. So maybe just food for thought, but if you have any early thoughts that are concise, because we've been here a while, that would be great.
Generally, that's why this capital plan is attempting to set targets and, sort of say, we want to invest 1% of our budget every year in debt service. We want to maintain an investment of free cash and increase that over 10 years. So that's why, it's why a lot of communities have a lot of deferred maintenance and a lot of deferred capital, because capital a lot of times gets squeezed out when you get to the end. And having a plan like this will make it harder to squeeze capital out of the equation. It's still going to be just as difficult to figure out how to fund all those things, but that's why we're trying to just plan as much as we can, and we'll have to work through it.
But to that point, and maybe to Jason's point earlier, is that the capital plan does give you that flexibility. You have prioritized these projects, and and I'm just going to pick on sidewalks, so I don't have any view on it at this point, but perhaps this can wait a year or two, or at some point, we know we want to do this, but it's a bigger number, and I'm not singling out sidewalks, but that's the idea, right? Is that you do have some flexibility. It's a plan, but it's not written in stone at the same time. So, anyways, enough said. Just food for thought from my view.
Thank you, Mike.
Just an informal question, since I represent a cabal of seasoned citizens. How much of your capital budget are you putting into acoustics for room 204?
That's a great question. We actually are using CARES funds to finish the AV overhaul. As you see, there's still wires on the ground, and there's still speakers that are back ordered due to supply chain issues. So we are working on it, and we don't need the capital plan to make those improvements. They're already funded.
We're going to give all of us headphones like on a helicopter. Adam.
So I've had a chance here to kind of pick over some of this on Christine's screen here. And so I'm looking at page 40, and I really love the way that your CIP has broken down on an annual basis for the next 10 years, how much you're expecting to, and again, it's just a plan, how much you're expecting out of free cash, how much you're expecting out of debt, how much you're expecting out of your general fund. So it really gives us an opportunity to plan. And I noticed that for fiscal year 24, 25, and 26, we're looking at approximately $44 million in capital outlay. And I think what you might want to add to this plan is what the debt service, what your current projection and expectation of that debt service would be on an annual basis. Because to look at this and say, okay, in 3 years we're going to pull out $44 million. Well, that's not $44 million coming directly out of the taxpayer's pocket. We need to know how much, what's a better way to explain that to the taxpayer in terms of what they'll expect on an annual basis.
Thank you. Thanks for bringing that up. It's difficult to project out 10 years, but we have projected out 5 years what the debt service would be. That's on page 38.
It's sideways.
And it's not something that we can afford within the levy. I'm saying that right now. But it's a plan, and I offered a solution for sidewalks. It's something that the board and others can discuss. The DPW building is in the same boat. It's not something that we'd be able to afford within the levy. If there's a policy direction to move towards building that, we know now what type of debt service would be incurred and how far below what is available we would be. So that's a planning tool to help us understand what those decisions would involve.
Yeah, it would be really nice and helpful if that, again, and we know it's just an estimate, but if that went all the way out to the term of the loan effectively, like, you're going to take out 30 years or 40 years or a 10-year or 15-year note, it really helps for the planning in terms of, how much that bill is going to cost over the years, and then when you would expect it to fall off. And that'll also help us in future planning as this CIP, since it's a living document, will help with the planning on new projects being added to it. You'll be able to see the troughs and the waves and the peaks of, that cost of debt and be able to say, okay, well, we have a little bit of space coming up in the next 3 years where we have a bit of a trough in our debt service, so let's try to plan a project there that we have space for.
Did you see the graph on page 28?
He showed that one, right?
Yes.
And that only goes out for the next 10 years, and that's just the capital spending, right? That's not the debt service.
No.
Well, I mean, to answer your question, we do have the debt projections for the life of each debt borrowing. It's in the spreadsheet. It gets pretty, this is hard to see as it is. To add that makes it even harder, but I'm happy to show that to you otherwise.
Thanks.
Okay, I will just open it up to questions or comments from the public. Charlie, you can sit down there if you want.
It's okay, I just didn't stand for a minute. Couple of quick ones. I think you just went in my direction. John, you had a chart, bunch of a bar graph with totals increasing sort of linearly. Can you show that? Is that possible? I have a question.
I started on
I think it has different colors, and one of them may be the existing decreasing debt and interest.
Yeah, those were the targets. Those weren't the recommended investments. The recommended investments would go off the charts. Those are just the targets.
Linear ones.
Yep, I'm bringing it up. But
my point is, you were using some of the existing known debt and interest, which is decreasing, and then basically showing that we had that much more money to spend on future projects. The question is, any of the existing ones were debt exclusion override?
No, this is not the excluded debt. That is certainly falling off in 24 when we pay off the public safety facility and the original twin school, but that's not shown here. This is just...
None of these colors are debt exclusion overrides?
Correct.
Okay. Well, The point I'm actually trying to make is if we are planning on any debt exclusion overrides, it would be nice to see the impact on the tax bill, translated into what it means to the taxpayer. If we plan to have an override of any kind, it increases your tax bill, my tax bill, your tax bill, right?
Absolutely, yeah, that's something that we would present as part of the recommendation if we're moving forward with it. It's just a concept at this point.
That's my point. And the last question is, any of this include school projects?
No.
The school capital projects are not excluded in this?
Nope, they have their own capital plan. As far as I
So
know.
if they have a plan that involves an override, that's in addition to what you have?
Again, I have no proposed overrides. It's just something that I'm asking the board to consider to fund major projects. If the board wants to move forward on that, we would certainly coordinate with the school to make sure that it aligns properly.
And to clear up one quick point, overrides get voted in the March election, not a town meeting.
Or any election. Or any election. I'm sorry, just one minor clarification to what you said. It's really any election, not just the March election. So if we have an election in November, for example, we can vote an override then. You're right, absolutely right, it's an election. It doesn't have to be the March
Okay,
election.
that's, we seldom have an election other than the March one, but,
Well, we sometimes do overrides in the November election.
yeah, we've done that, yeah. Election rather than town meeting,
Yes.
okay.
Justin, I think there's at least one person online.
Okay, caller number 2, you can talk.
Hi, this is Tara calling from West Acton, and I would like to know the total of the spreadsheet in the long-term capital needs. And I love the idea that that doing a long-term planning. This is very exciting. I'm very much in support of what Jason is doing, looking for the details, and I support his work. But in particular, my comments, I'd like to know what the total is, because I can't tell in the plan.
76.8 million.
76? So the table on page,
Oh, sorry. No, that's for the whole 10 years. For the, just for 23?
nope, on page 42, a table starts, the capital needs assessment results, Appendix A. Oh, I see now, it says $82 million.
Yes.
So what I'm concerned about is that there's a debt ceiling as well as the amount of borrowing that occur without affecting the credit rating. And so I'm curious as to whether or not the long-term plan also includes the infrastructure required to support the growth as opposed to a needs list to support the existing population. And the reason I ask is that at losing the population growth as presented by officials recently, it leads me to believe that we're at a crossroads where we have to decide if we're going to actually plan for major land purchases and whether we're going to plan to take rehab seriously and include that in the borrowing program. So within the debt ceiling that's allowed, are you actually planning for these things? Because if you don't plan for a new school, another new school, more new schools to support the growth, I'm concerned that we'll yet be digging ourselves deeper if we're not either planning for these schools and the infrastructure and staff that's required to support the new growth, or planning to stop the new growth and buy land instead. That I feel like it's just a long-term wish list as opposed to an actual plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Did you want to make a comment? Oh, you had started. So you go to Mike. So
concludes this unless anybody has anything else.
I have one more person with a hand up.
Oh, there's a, oh. Please go ahead with that, Justin.
Okay, Janet, you're on the line.
Yeah, hi, Janet Adachi, Simon Hapgood Lane. I don't have any small bore questions, comments, nothing nitpicky. I just wanted to say kudos to Mr. Manager on getting this capital improvement plan done, or at least in a form that is very readable. It could actually inspire some people in the general citizenship to read the thing. So that it's just not people on the select board and the FinCom who are paying attention to this. People like Steve Noon, Steve Barrett, the finance director, others know that this has been a long time in the works. It was a loose end that I left when I stepped off the select board a few years ago. And I felt bad about that because I don't like to leave big things sort of unfinished like that. But so congratulations, John, on getting it done. I know it's going to be fine-tuned moving forward, but I think it's going to be a great tool for planning for the town. So thank you.
Thank you. Madam Chair, would you like to adjourn your meeting?
I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn. Second.
Seconded. I'm afraid we need to do a roll call vote. All in, Steve.
Aye.
Roland.
Aye.
Dave. Christy.
Aye.
Mike.
Aye.
Adam.
Aye.
Jason.
Aye.
And I say aye. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So just to be clear for anybody listening, that was the Finance Committee adjourning, the Select Board is still meeting.
We're just getting started.
Well, we're not just getting started, but the Asa Parlin House, Mr. Manager.
Hi, yes. Carl Packard, our lead designer for the Asa Parlin Rehabilitation Project, should be being connected right now, and hopefully Martha Lyons will be here as well, who's our landscape architect on the project. We've been working over the last few years with support from the Community Preservation Committee funding and also from a state earmark to develop a new amenity for the Town Hall and Memorial Library complex. You all know the building that's behind Town Hall and how underutilized it is, and part of the effort here is to create that, rehabilitate that into space that can be used by the many, many thousands of people that come to this complex every week, or and even more. So, Carl, thanks for hanging in. Are you able to share your screen?
Yes, yeah, thank you. I'd just first like to introduce myself, Carl Packard, from Red Hawk Studio, and Martha Lyon from Martha Lyon Landscape Architecture. And
Welcome.
I'll also say that I find the discussion of capital planning to be very interesting because I spent the last year with the town of Concord on a long-range planning task force, and we dealt with many of the same issues that came up tonight in Acton. But that's a diversion. So we're here to talk about the Parlin House, and yeah, I'd like to share the screen. So let's see. There we go. Some up here. Okay, I'm trying to. Oh, well, I'll, should have had a slide. I was trying to do a slideshow here, but I'll just go through it. So the Parlin House, the Asa Parlin House, which was built in around 1860, is owned by the town of Acton. And there's been discussion about how to rehabilitate that building and adapt it for uses for the town, going on for, I don't know, I think about 12 years, anyway. And we were brought in both to take care of removing some of the old structures that were behind the building, but also to come up with some reuse plans.
So this is the view of the Parlin House from Woodbury Lane. And we're going to talk first about the program for the design. And Martha can talk about the landscape program.
Yeah, thank you. Good evening, everyone. This very intimate property, I think, has so much potential, and we were given quite a large, a little bit of a formidable charge when we started the project. There were a lot of desires for what could be done for the property, and part of my job as a designer is to try to whittle those down so that the landscape, in this case, is quite small, can accommodate really the most essential things that are needed and desired. And this is what the program ended up being. So I'll just go through this with you. We were asked to integrate the house with the other buildings on the Acton complex. You'll see that. Introduce sustainable landscape practices. So not presenting anything that would increase the amount of or the need for more subsurface stormwater management. Providing parking for the house, including at least one ADA compliant space as required by zoning. There are no ADA compliant spaces there now and no real official spaces. Create an outdoor gathering space or spaces for events such as small library programs, pop-up library, a hangout space, a tent lawn, kind of an amphitheater space for performances, space for gatherings of up to 75 people. And then a hardscape space that could hold tables and chairs so that people could kind of get together and have coffee, and maybe small reading groups could meet, but outside. Provide a garden space and a sense of intimacy. And historic character obviously would need to be restored because this is in the local historic district. And then there's a desire to be able to accommodate public art possibly into the landscape. And I was listening to the finance capital planning presentation as well. And I understand that the town is interested in a long-term public art program. And I think that's great. And this is one place where that could be perhaps piloted. So I will show you what we've come up with for the landscape is to set the context for the building. This is the property, as you all know. So I'll just orient you here. Woodbury Lane is on the southern part of the bottom of the drawing, and the town hall would be up to the right, the top of the drawing. And you can see this is quite a small landscape, and it's surrounded on all four sides by asphalt paving right now. So the idea here would be to try to give this property a more graceful setting to really highlight the beauty of the house, and then try to accomplish those items that I had listed on the program. So if you're a visitor coming to this property by vehicle, you would come down Woodbury Lane, and we've created one curb cut. We've removed a curb cut that is now existing on the front of the Parlin House property and moved it and combined it with the existing town hall lot, parking lot entrance. So that gives a more of a green edge to the Parlin House along Woodbury Lane. And then vehicles could park either in the town lot or in a couple of spaces that are created just for the Parlin House. And this is on the north side of the property. And you can see that on the left side of the drawing. Two spaces and then one ADA compliant space that would accommodate a van. Also, there's a bicycle rack that would be placed there as well. So people arriving by bicycle could also store comfortably their bicycles. And then exiting from the parking area, there's a walkway system that we've designed to go through the property. So one taking you from the parking area to the house. And Carl will talk to you about the details of that. But this walkway system also leads in a kind of very gently curving pathway up towards the town hall and crosses over the drive in the town hall parking lot to get to the town hall itself. We've marked the entrance to the Parallel House property from the town hall with some hefty granite posts to kind of create a portal. And then the bulk of the property, we are turning over to a nice, generous lawn that could be used to accommodate a fairly good sized tent, so outdoor events can happen there. And then the entire lawn is embraced with plantings, so that there is a sense of intimacy and it feels like a garden space. So we put plantings along the east edge, along the parking lot, so that the cars parked there are screened. And then on the west edge, which is along Woodbury Lane, the plantings are lower to allow people arriving to see views of the Parlin House itself. And then finally, next to the tent lawn, just north of it and adjacent to the Parlin House, there will be a paved outdoor seating area, which is actually an extension of the porch that Carla is going to talk about. And then finally, I think we felt pretty strongly that the sidewalk along Woodbury Lane needed to be extended all along, excuse me, the east edge, so that people coming up Woodbury Lane could walk as well as drive. And I think that's a good summary. I'm happy to answer questions. I think Carla wants to go ahead and talk about the building, and because the two landscape and building are integrated, probably good to hear about that first before we get into a question and answer session, but thank you.
Okay, so we also developed a program over many meetings and so on, and working on different designs, a program for the house. One of the desires that was introduced early on was for meeting rooms, 1 or 2 meeting rooms. You need toilet rooms, and you have to have 2 toilet rooms by code. There was also some desire for a space that would have just a sink and a counter, basic, what I call a break space. It really can't be a kitchen where you do cooking. That's becomes by code. It would have to have a range hood with a fire suppression system and blowers and fans and all sorts of stuff. And then, of course, some storage space as part of the program. And then we'll go look. We looked at 2. This is the house as it is now, and that's the main Parlin House that goes back to 1860. In 1970 or so, 1976, I guess it was, an addition was put on by the family that owned it at that time. We consider this addition to be extremely out of scale with the Parlin House and the character of the Parlin House. It also is in kind of poor condition as well. And we did develop 2 alternative plans, one taking away that addition, and then another one sort of truncating that and using that space on the ground floor. I think the consensus from some of the town committees that we have presented to the Historic Districts Commission and the Design Review Board was that it would really be better if we didn't try to reuse that section, and kept the design simple and compact. So basically what we're looking at is from Woodbury Lane, you would be pretty much seeing the Parlin House as it is today. But on the back, and you'll see this in the plan, we want to put in an entryway with those facilities that we talked about in the program. the existing front door is actually, it's not even wide enough. I checked on that to be handicap accessible, and you can just imagine what it would take to build a ramp or something where you to use that. So the entryway to the building will have to be part of that new addition. You'll see how that works, and I think it works pretty well. So here's the plan. There's the addition on the rear with the program elements that we talked about. An entryway that provides access to the main part of the Parlin House, and egress, and also access through to the lawn on the lot that Martha talked about. So there would be a nice porch there, and then that extension of hardscape that was part of the landscape design. And then we would have a porch on the entry side of it, so people would know where the entry is. And this just shows there's an existing foundation for the Parlin House. That's basically a field stone foundation. It needs some work on it to structurally stabilize it, but it's there. And then there would be basically the foundation for that. And let's sort of go on. So here's what it would look like, the elevations. These are the front-on views of the building. And so from Woodbury Lane, these two additions, the two porches of the addition would be kind of diminished by the perspective of seeing this thing, but you can kind of see this is again like an orthographic projection, a front-on projection of what it would be like. And this would be the rear. This is the new addition. There really aren't very many windows on it because the facilities in there, toilet rooms and a janitor closet, and just that little kitchenette area really don't need a whole lot of windows, nor do you want them, but you want enough for light anyway. And then this would be the view from the entry porch side. And this is the view from the side, the lawn side. This dashed line, that's showing the 1976 wing that would be demolished. I just wanted to show a little bit of the context as a way of kind of helping to understand the design. Obviously, this is the library, and this is the town hall. And you can see the library that was originally this part here, and it was added on to, I don't know the exact date. I'm sure some of you folks know the exact date, but it was fairly recently. And it kind of takes I would call it a Richardsonian Romanesque character. And then the town hall is basically an eclectic mid-19th century, I guess it's considered Italianate design. So you got sort of different things going on there. And then this is the view from that lawn towards the existing Parlin House with that addition, the 1976 addition. And you really can't see the Parlin House from the lawn on this view. But this is what it would look like from the lawn with that addition removed and the new addition put in. The 76 part removed and the new addition put in there. And I think we wanted to keep our presentation fairly simple. It's getting pretty late, but we're certainly open to discussion and questions that anybody might have.
Members of the board, do you have questions? I'll start. Go ahead.
I wanted to say how much I enjoyed this presentation every time I've seen it, which is quite a few times now, and I think it just gets better and better. And I feel like I love the design from the rear of the building, which kind of is a more contemporary feel, along with the library and town hall, whereas the front of Asa Parlin, which faces like more antique homes and has a more residential feel, you've kept that character. I love how the sidewalk will extend. I really like how this has progressed a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Others? Jim?
Sure. I guess I had a code question. I know we can't have a kitchen there. Can we have an outlet and someone plugs in a warming tray, or someone plugs in a little, induction stovetop and takes it away at the end of the night? I'm just wondering about the usability of this for, events that might involve hot food.
Are you inviting the fire chief?
I just know what would be there permanently is restricted by code. I think certainly you can have a microwave oven. I guess as long as you don't have I would have to really look at the code more closely.
Okay, thanks.
It's actually in the mechanical code is where it shows up.
And one other question was, on the floor plan, there were small 3-digit numbers, I think, in each room, and I didn't know what those were.
They're just, that's just to designate which room is which when you're doing the scheduling of finishes and, this thing's going in that room and,
so on, yeah.
Good, I will ignore them.
Just also wanted to point out that this main section would probably have some room dividers, some movable room dividers in it, so it could actually be 2 meeting rooms. That was kind of a suggestion from the design review board, and I think it's a good idea.
Thanks. Himajak, did you have a question or comment?
Yes. Well, first of all, thank you for the presentation. This is an extremely exciting project, and I know a lot of people in this town agree. So we're excited to see this come to fruition. A few questions. So one question was, how have any plans changed because of COVID and accommodating for increased space and just sticking to COVID guidelines?
I'm sorry, I'm going to raise the sound here.
I can speak louder, apologies.
Yeah. So you're talking about like expanding the capacity, is that the issue?
Just like accommodating for COVID-19 guidelines.
Oh.
Have there been any changes to the design based on that?
Well, we're kind of, the building is as big as it is, in terms of the spaces that would have more than one person in it at a time.
But I think, not to interrupt, but I think that one of the things that will be accomplished here is the town hall complex is going to have a, pretty nice sized outdoor gathering space. And I know those have been used so much in the last 2 years, late into the fall and very early into the spring. And, to be able to put a big tent there and have tent warmers, you could do a lot of things that you really can't do now because of the disorganization of the space, and also because that addition is taking up so much room.
And
So I think-
you even have these porch spaces. I
Porches,
know,
spaces, yeah.
been to a lot of kind of gatherings and so on where, we're outdoors and you have those gas-fired heaters and so on, and you can, have things outdoors that you used to have to do indoors.
We did design a fire pit into it, but that could be possible.
That's usually a part of it, yeah.
I don't think that would be in the code, but
Great. I love the thought given to outdoor spaces and making those more accommodatable. My second question was, in terms of the bathrooms, I'm wondering if there's been any thought to making those bathrooms gender neutral. Any direction on that?
On
The bathroom?
what?
On gender neutral, Carl, gender neutral.
Gender. Oh, well, these would be, I guess what they call it, unassigned. That, they're gender neutral, yes. I mean, that's sort of more a policy thing of what you put on the door, but in terms of their design, they're gender neutral, yeah. I even showed a space for a baby changing table in both of them. Okay.
That's awesome.
You like
Thank
that?
you. Yes, that's great. And then one other question, with, the design of this and the creation of this outdoor space, will there be any trees that have to be removed, or do you not anticipate that being an issue?
Maybe Martha could talk to that, and I'll go back to that landscape
Yep.
plan.
Yeah, I can talk about it. We are going to be removing some evergreens that are growing along the north property line now. So those are, a few of those will be removed to accommodate the parking lot, but we are going to be adding more back in. There's a very large Norway maple growing on the south west corner of the Parlin house now. And Carl's pointing to it.
Yeah, you can see that in the view from Woodbury Lane that I showed. If you want, I can go back to that, but it really kind of dwarfs the house. And Martha can tell you a little bit about how the problems with Norway maples.
Yeah, so they've kind of taken over our world, and they produce a lot of children, and they produce them all at once every year, and they send their little babies out all over the place, and you see them growing everywhere. And it's a very weak wooded, brittle tree, very dense branching. It creates a lot of screening. It doesn't train a great color in the fall. And so these are trees, they're invasive species, and we are trying to get to limit them as much as possible. So when there's an opportunity to remove them and replace them with native species, for example, we try to do that. And on this plan, we are removing some trees. So that one, the evergreens I mentioned along the parking area, but, and then there are a couple trees that are growing way too close to the house on the north side. But we are going to be introducing a number of new tree plantings. So I think we'll be more than replacing. And again, we would recommend, native species that will endure and, provide beautiful color and form and shade and all the great things that native trees do. So I think it's a win-win for the town.
I had a Norway maple drop a limb on my garage, actually on my solar array a couple of years ago. So I kind of have it into those.
They're very problematic.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, no, thanks for answering my rather random questions. I think that, the point is that we want to make sure that this space is sustainable, that we're keeping in mind health and safety, not only in our current COVID-19 world, but beyond that as well. And also the importance of equity and inclusion in everything that we do. So thank you for all the work that has gone into this, and looking forward to future developments.
Thank you.
Thanks.
So I have a few questions. First, I think you've done a great job here with both the landscaping and making the best use of the space that you have. I'm concerned, however, that, and I thought, I'm not sure I agree with either the Design Review Board or the Historic District Commission for completely removing the other section of house.
I thought we should remove the second story, But to me, there's no reason to do this project unless there's enough room inside to do functions, right, for people. If it's going to be a cultural center, it has to be big enough to accommodate a number of people. Can you go to the layout of the building again?
Yeah. So, yeah, we provided two meeting rooms. That was one of the things that the library was looking for. So, you know, they can probably each get about 20 people, practically speaking.
Yeah, that's my, so for me, you know, I understand the dividers and that's good, but the unique part about this building is the fact that it can be one space to me, not meeting rooms. We have other meeting rooms. The library has meeting rooms, and I'm not saying that the library couldn't use another meeting room. I'm just saying that to me, the unique thing that's possible in this house is to, or this building, is to have a larger space. You know, larger than the larger meeting room that's in the library now. You know, dividing it up into smaller spaces doesn't do anything for me, right? To me, this wants to be able to have a few.
It is one, I mean, it is basically one space, but it can be divided. That's the point.
Right, but to me, you want to be able to have a few tens of people and have some, you know, some of them present to the rest. So it's not like it needs a stage, but it needs room, you know, for people to stand up in front of a group, to say a few words, maybe to, you know, I don't know, demonstrate some kind of dance or, you know, whatever makes sense. And then, you know, for the kitchen area, I don't think there's a need to cook really, but, you know, you want to be able to bring in, you know, catered food and have a place to set it down. And I'm very concerned about the size of this space, that it's not big enough. I mean, if it's, you know, we're going to be investing a lot of money, and investing a lot of money in a small space doesn't make a lot of sense to me. Can you tell me the dimensions of the house itself, not counting the porch?
I've got it somewhere. I'd have to look it up, but I'm going to say it's about 36 by 20. I don't have the numbers memorized, but.
And the porch is not exactly.
That's just this area here would be that.
Right, no, I understand that. So 36 by 20 is the main house. And then the porch area is not open, is it? It's just called the porch because it's an addition onto the house and outside the external wall.
It's a porch.
But it's, you know, I think of a porch as being open. Is this open?
Yes. Yeah. Yeah,
So
there's columns.
Oh, I see. You're not calling the whole addition a porch. You're just calling that. I understand. I'm sorry, my confusion.
Okay.
Well, what do you call the addition? Just the addition?
Yeah, I guess, yeah.
Okay.
But it's got a lobby and it's got some support spaces.
Right.
Yeah.
You know, I have to say that I'm concerned about the overall size. I had thought that we had decided to retain the first floor of the other building. And I'm just concerned about the size. You've made up for that here because you've added the lobby and the other spaces outside the main building. And that's really good. So I think you've done an excellent job making use of the space here. But I think that the DRB and the Historic District Commission had different goals in some ways. You know, I'm looking at the utility of the building for, you know, on the town campus here. And
we did have a plan. We did develop a plan that included a meeting room over in the 1976, the Valancourt edition, basically of approximately that size. And that, you know, we didn't get a whole lot of support for that plan, but, and I think it, you know, it is sort of complicated but anyway, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I understand that the point of view of the HDC. I guess my, you know, and the DRB. I mean, I see that, you know, New England buildings, houses always have additions, right? There's no house that just existed the way it was. And so the addition never bothered me. But the amount of space inside, I think, is hugely important, especially spending the amount of money we're going to be spending. It just really gives me pause. You know, I'm just very concerned about it. So I don't have any.
Well, we did cost it out, and it was more expensive to rehabilitate that space. But yeah.
Sure, but I think to me, you know, it greatly increases the utility. You know, we have meeting rooms, right? For me, I'm not looking to duplicate the meeting rooms. You know, would they be used as meeting rooms? Sure, and I have no problem with that. But we have meeting rooms. What we don't have is kind of a space where, you know, people can gather for kind of events, and that's what I saw this building for. And I'm disappointed in some ways that it's been reduced to a small meeting building. And so that's just my 2 cents. We can open it up to comments from the audience. So we have a couple people here in the room. Please go ahead.
Alyssa Nichols, School Street. Thank you, Carl and Martha. I'm really excited about this project, and I really appreciate that both of you see the promise and potential of this space. It's nice to hear you talking about it in such loving terms as, you know, intimacy and charm. I did see the presentation when you gave it to the design review board, and I probably just don't remember. I'm missing some of the details, but I was wondering if you could speak to any changes that you made based on the suggestions that you received from those architects and landscape architects, because I remember you being really excited about some of them.
Well, some of the things we did were, we added the divider. We put in, instead of having had the pair of doors, and we put in two separate doors. We already had this entryway inset. We inset this
somewhat, and you know that you could probably inset it some more, but that I think, you know, seemed to respond to the need to make some sort of a visual break between the existing building and the old building and the new building. We've made some changes to the landscape design.
Yeah, Carly can talk about that if you flip back. The specific comments that they had, one was there was a concern about the way the parking lot was designed, so I ended up reconfiguring that just to give a little more space. It doesn't provide as many parking spaces, but I think that's fine. It's not taking any away from the town, and it just gives more space for a turnaround. They also wanted to see more visibility of the house from Woodbury Lane, because I had planted a couple shade trees along that stretch, so I took those out, and they wanted to see more screening along the east parking lot, the eastern side of the property. And so I beefed that up. I think that's a good suggestion. And they also asked that some sort of a structure or gateway be created on the east side of the property as you're entering from the crosswalk from Town Hall. A couple of them were suggesting an overhead structure, which I found, and don't forgive me for using this word, but to be kind of ditzy And so it's just not my design aesthetic. And so what I've done there is included some, as I mentioned earlier, some hefty granite columns that would create a portal, if you will, for people coming from Town Hall walking. There's this sort of a little foyer in the pathway and then a portal leading you into the property itself. I think that was pretty much it. They liked the walkway along, extended all the way along Woodbury. Yeah, I think that was it.
Okay, fantastic. I think because I was sitting in the back of the room, I just couldn't see closely enough the details. Mostly what I was missing sitting back so far back was the four corners of the original house. It didn't look like that that main entrance had been inset, but now I can see it getting closer to the screen. And just to respond to Mr. Martin's concerns about the size of the room, I do remember you speaking about that 1976 edition being in just as deteriorated condition as the original 1860 house. So I think that the expense of renovating that, and I also remember in the public survey, the three options, the one that was the most popular with the public, in addition to the Historical Commission and the HDC and the DRB, was this one just retaining the original house. I think part of what's appealing about this space is that it's not going to
a meeting room, but then it's going to overflow into the outdoors, into nature, and even in inclement weather, there can be a tent erected. So I think it's going to be a really versatile space, and I'm so happy that we're keeping this house. I know a lot of people in town are really frustrated with how long it's been since we purchased it, and now we're just getting around to doing something with it, but I think if we had just gotten rid of it, there would have been this gaping hole. It would have been paved over, so we'd just have a big mass of asphalt out there. And it's not, maybe so architecturally interesting, but a lot of times what's important to the town's history is who built the house or who lived in the house. And I think it was Josepha Parlin, who was an original town meeting member in 1735, and Asa Parlin was a cemetery caretaker. So sometimes it's the people that lived in the house and not necessarily the features. So thanks so much for all that work.
Thank you.
I would just thank you for those comments. I would just respond to that too. I think that if the town ends up going with this, both the way that Carl's designed the house, I think the scaling got it just right, and then the landscape. This is going to be this little urban oasis, if you will. I know you probably don't think of Acton as urban, but in the village center, the town center, it'll be this little oasis. I think it will be highly sought after. So. Thank you.
A couple of the other things that we responded to.
Going with the more questions, more people waiting to talk. Adam, please.
Hi, Adam Nolde, Broadview Street. I just want to say that I do champion the notion of having a cultural center in the town of Acton, and I like this location as a venue for it, close to town hall, close to town center. I just want to echo the concerns that Mr. Snyder-Grant had, which is how can you have a cultural center without the ability to have food? So much of culture depends on food. I'd also like to echo Mr. Martin's concerns that we're talking about a 720 square foot meeting room. How can you have a large cultural gathering or a large cultural educational experience in such a small space? The plan that I'm looking at, the best space I see is the outside space. I also, I know that I'll probably get a lot of boos in the public audience, but this house was built in 1860. It's not that old. It's not significant to the founding of the town of Acton, and it wasn't built by somebody who was a founder of the town of Acton. So I know there's a big proponent of people who want to save it. What is the current cost of this project as designed?
The current cost, it was about 1.4 million.
And we should expect that to go probably at least 10% with inflation, the way it's going right now. So we're well over two.
Yeah, it depends upon when you build it. And obviously, the longer it takes to build it, the more the price is going to go up.
Yeah, so we're well over $2,000 a square foot for a space that I think isn't fitting the bill. It's not going to be a good space for a cultural center. It's not going to be big enough. It's not going to be able to provide the food and the other things that that a cultural center would need to have that type of meeting. I echo the concerns of a couple of the board members.
Thank you. Justin, are you still with us? Yes, you are. Could you call on the online people, please?
Yeah, Jason's there, and I think he's now an attendee, so give me 1 second. There. He should be able to talk now.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chairman, for letting me ask my question. And I do hope that what I'm about to say does not sour my relationship with Ms. Nickel, but I do have a couple of questions in opposition to this project. If I could put a finer point on Selectman Martin's question, what would be the maximum capacity per code or per fire marshal of the main indoor congregation spaces of this facility?
It'd be almost double what the practical capacity is. If you just take the square footage, I think it was something around 70. I can't see cramming 70 people in there, but that's what the code would use as the guideline.
So if I'm hearing you correctly, code would be 70 people maximum. Practically, we're talking 40 people because you said two meeting rooms of potentially 20, and if you opened up,
yeah, and that was seated. That
40.
was seated people, not standing people. Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to go with your higher number just to be on the safe side, 70. A corollary to Mr. Snyder-Grant's question, or Selectman Snyder-Grant's question, you said that no cooking would be planned, but are there appropriate facilities, or would there be appropriate sockets or electrical draw, or clearly not gas, because I understand Selectman Martin's position. What would be the appropriate facility? What would be the appropriate amount of reheating facilities for, say, a caterer in the case of a large function that included both the 70 people indoors and the people who were out on the terraces and out in the lawn space? Is that baked in? No pun intended.
I don't know, there's limited space here. I mean, you got to face that. We could enlarge this break room a little bit and have some more space in there. You could use some of that storage space. You could put heating tables in the corridor. It's a wide enough corridor. It is a relatively generous corridor. I hope people don't start wanting to make that narrower now, but I think so that it's flexible to as a space that is a flexible space.
Flexible enough to, and please be conservative in your numbers. Don't overcommit. Would it be conservative enough to potentially hold, say, facilities for a wedding of 150 or 200, or what number would you use, assuming a caterer? Because I understood what you said about not having a kitchen involved. What's the maximum number of occupants looking for an event that required catering?
I'm not sure what you're asking me. You can't get 150 people in this building.
Sure.
I mean,
so 70 people in the building and some number
I think
of people
even that
in the
would be a form of torture, but okay, go ahead. Yeah.
I am trying. Let me be very clear. I am opposed to this entire project right from the start. So I'm trying to be as open-minded and try and get the maximum number that is feasible of people that could possibly use this space for a variety of different uses. Obviously, holding a meeting for 20 or 40 people, that's a value to the town. I fully commit to that. But I'm also wondering if there is of greater value to this building, to this parcel, both indoor and out, as some kind of rental function. And therefore, I'm trying to suss from your planning how many people could realistically enjoy a wedding or a graduation party or a whatever on this parcel.
Yeah, I think.
Is your question on the whole parcel or just in the building?
Carl, I think I got this. Carl, so, you know, we have a few outdoor spaces in town, narrow park.
This would be an outdoor space that has supporting interior spaces to help the functions that are going outdoors be more successful and more accommodate a bigger crowd and you know, we can, at the picnic pavilion, there's not this support space that would be here. So I think what we've learned and what we want to do is do more things outside, and having a home base like this building to do stuff in the wintertime, small things, and having the indoor-outdoor amenity here is part of the vision with this design. We can't make the building much bigger than it is, but we can expand into the outdoors and have a space that flows.
Surely you respect the purpose of the question. So I would like an answer to the question. Perhaps you can come back at the later meeting. And then my last question, Mr. Chairman, if I may. Actually, I have two quick questions. It looks like approximately 60% of the final square footage of this of the parcel as presented would be historic. Is that a close approximation of the square footage, or do you have a more accurate percentage of the square footage, please?
60% of the building?
Yes, the building, yes, just the building.
Oh, I have exact numbers. Again, I don't carry them around in my head, but I would say that 67% probably, yeah. Well,
67% is about close, okay.
Yeah.
Round up to 70 and I would not be too far off, correct? Great.
Whatever, yeah. Most of the space is the largest space is the historic building.
60 to 70%, you know, maybe even up to 75% would be the historic space. Very good. Lastly, and I understand that this may put you in a bit of a pickle because you're presenting a reuse of the space. So you may not be in a position to answer this question, but I'd like to pose it anyway. Would it not be less expensive to raise this structure and build a new one on the same or similar footprint, potentially even 2 stories, that would provide a larger amount of usable space to the town?
You know, you'd have to figure out what that building is going to be. A larger new building would probably cost more than the rehabilitation of this building, actually.
So given the $2,000 a square foot that Mr. Nolde presented, do you posit that it would be harder?
$2,000 a square foot.
Jason, he answered your question, right? So I think we need to move on.
It's not $2,000 a square foot.
And the other thing too, you have to consider when you start thinking of more expansive building is accommodating parking. Because you can't, you know, house 200 people in this building and you don't have enough parking spaces for them.
Right.
So it's a really important thing to think about.
Yes, there's also something in between, you know, practically being able to manage 30 people and 200.
You know, you know, a building that'll practically handle 30 people, which is what I think this is, and I think even for that, there's not enough space to set down catered food. It is a very difficult thing for me, and it's very expensive, right? I would rather pay a little bit more and get something that was more usable. And I'm not, you know, and also, I mean, I understand, you know, having the outdoor space with the support near it, I don't know, it's a tough call for me. Mr. Manager, what are you looking for today?
So, thank you. I submitted, because the deadline was today, an application to the Community Preservation Committee for its consideration. But what we would need before they start to deliberate is exactly the design alternative that we want to move forward with here. What's been presented or what was just discussed, which is slightly different. And that doesn't necessarily have to be right now, but if there's things that you want us to work on between now and whenever the CPC process finishes, which is within the next 6 to 8 weeks, I'm guessing, let us know. But we have spent time with the Design Review Board, the HDC. There's been a lot of public engagement on this, so we feel like we've been very responsive to what we've been hearing.
So, well, maybe we can get a sense from Select Board members. Are you guys happy moving forward with this plan, or would you like to see changes?
I'm okay with moving ahead with this plan. I think it does make us think about needs for, cultural center, community center, and I think it was clear, it's been clear for a while that this is going to be a small space. I mean, to me, one of the reasons why it's taken so long for us to do anything with this building was we knew that it was going to be expensive to build for a relatively small space, and we knew that it would be a big loss to lose the building entirely. So I'm comfortable with the fact that it's relatively expensive. We're doing something that we care about, and in most of the year, we're going to be able to use the outdoor space. It's going to be a nice big space, so I'm okay with that.
Fran?
I have seen many plans in many different ways. I think this plan was made during the times of it not being talked about as a cultural center, but as maybe, I don't know, library overflow, maybe kids programs, art, little engaging science project space. So I really never heard the cultural center portion until later, maybe beyond the design phase. So I like this design. I think the main thing is that Asa Parlin is being rehabilitated. I'm a preservationist by heart, so it makes me really happy to see this moving forward. And I like the outside space as well, so I would move forward with this definitively.
Hamaja?
Yeah, I'll be good and say I echo Jim and Fran. I think that I love the outdoor component. I think that, to your point, David, I think it's, and to Jason's point as well, it's a good point if we're going to be investing this amount of money. I think that, not only thinking about, but I think it's, for me, I'm 50-50 whether we keep that extension or remove it. But I think the most important thing for me is thinking about the space that we're trying to preserve and seeing how we can maximize that and be strategic about the design. So exactly like you said, Harley and Martha, in your presentations, I think that it's important to think about how we can kind of design that space to be as flexible as possible for these different scenarios. So I appreciated that component of the presentation.
Right. I think I made myself clear. I mean, I think I'm not dismissing
Spaces, the outside spaces will get used here. It's actually great. But for half the year, maybe even a little bit more than half the year, we're going to be in the indoor space. We do not have other indoor spaces that can be used for cultural events, right? There's nothing at NARA that can be used in, there's no inside at NARA, for example. This would be it, and it's easier to subdivide into small spaces for science projects from a big space than it is to make a small space. You can't go the other way. And so I thought that originally we voted for Plan B, which was, we had A, B, and C. A was this plan. B had the first floor of the addition, and C had the double floor of the addition. And I thought we voted for B. I'm really disappointed here. I think this, in my opinion, it's not a good value. You know, there's not enough space for the amount of money we're spending. And we need, you know, space where people can have, you know, speaking events and singing events and, you know, things like that inside. So that's my feelings. But it sounds, John, like a majority of the board is in favor of moving ahead with this design.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments, and you know, if there are some questions,
You know, I don't have all the facts and figures carried around, but if you know, I can look them up if anybody needs them.
Thank you. Okay, item 8. Teaching the ActonVote optical scan system.
Yes, so Eva Skoretic, our town clerk.
So we have been testing new voting equipment, and Eva, the town clerk would like us to consider, and like the board to consider, making a change.
Hi, Eva.
Hi. So I am requesting that the select board approve the discontinuance of our AccuVote optical scan tabulator, which was purchased in 2007. At this point, we are no longer going to be able to have them serviced, which is the main reason for the newer system. And, you know, again, I'd request the select board to vote to replace the AccuVote system with the ImageCast precinct tabulator.
Does the new system work basically in the same way that the ballots are single fed into the tabulator and it scans them?
Yes.
It's just newer and serviceable.
Yes, correct.
Any questions from members of the board? Not from Fran. Jim?
Do we, Mr. Manager, do we have the remaining budget authority to make this change?
Great. Imogen, do you have a question or a comment?
Yeah, just a quick thing to confirm. So this new tabulator, in terms of its operations and also keeping voter confidentiality, does it work the same or even better than before?
I'm pretty sure it's more improved than what we had. The security level is a little higher on this one. You have a key that you can use to access it. It's only going to be offered to 1 or 2 people, so not anybody can go in and do anything or check the ballots or I mean, the security on this system is a lot better than the older one that we have.
Does anybody in the audience have a comment? We still have 8 people. I'll take a motion to approve the replacement of the AccuVote optical scan tabulator with new ImageCast precinct tabulators.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's been made and seconded. Jim, would you call the roll, please?
Sure. On the motion to replace tabulators, what say you, Imogen?
Aye.
Fran?
Aye.
David?
Aye.
Jim says aye also. That's unanimous. Go get them.
Okay, item 9, us to consider approval
For future elections. Eva.
Yes, so my second request is that the board vote to continue using the polling location, which was the RJ Gray Junior High, We used this one location during COVID, and it had worked very well. With the addition of re-precincting, we now have 7 precincts. The addition of the one precinct would fit fine. With COVID, we had to have 6-foot social distancing for everything. We made sure the tables were 10 feet plus apart. So even adding another precinct would still give us 6 feet plus to separate and continue with the social distancing between each precinct.
Okay. Does having the single precinct mean you need fewer poll workers? I'm assuming that you need to find and hire fewer people to run one combined precinct than 2 separate. I mean,
Yes.
one combined polling location as opposed to 2 separate polling locations.
Yes.
Questions from members of the board or comments? Anybody?
Yeah, just a quick question. So you said that the single polling location worked better in our COVID years than it did previously when we had multiple locations. I was wondering if you had any information about accessibility or any information on, you know, kind of the benefits, but potentially the risks of kind of consolidating all our voting in one place?
Sure. So I think that consolidating it to the one place improves tremendously, especially adding another precinct. A lot of people are going to be confused as to, wait a minute, I voted in this precinct. Now it's this precinct because of where the lines are. We have easier access to where we are now at the junior high. Whereas when we were split and part of the precincts voted at the Conant School, I don't know if any of the board members voted at the Conant School, but you had to actually walk through the entire school to get to the gym, which was the location of the actual voting. This is not going through the school. You're walking right into the gym. There is no access to the students in the schools. It's separate from the students. There is no access to the schools itself. We have workers stationed so no one can walk towards the schools. So we have more control in the one location.
That's really helpful. Thank you. And I think all of us would agree that we definitely want to get more voter engagement. So seeing how we can also increase awareness and transportation needs for people to get to polls and back will be great for future elections. Thanks.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments?
Vote by mail.
Okay. I would take a motion that we approve a single polling location for future town elections.
So moved.
Second.
So it's been made and seconded. Any final discussion? Seeing none, Jim, please call the roll.
Okay, on the question of a single polling location, Imogen.
Aye.
Fran.
Aye.
David.
Aye.
Jim also says aye. It's unanimous.
Thank you.
Thank you, Eva.
Thank you very much for your time.
Good night.
Mr. Manager, item 10, electric vehicle charging rates.
Thank you. We're continuing our build out of EV infrastructure. Electric vehicle charging stations were installed at the communal lot a while ago, but we've recently upgraded them to charge point stations, and we're asking the board to establish the rate. There are 2 options that we'd like you to consider, and you don't need to make a decision tonight, but we wanted to get them in front of you now so that we can make a decision before the end of the year. One option would be to charge just a flat rate of 30 cents per kilowatt hour forever, for any hour of the day. A second option would be to just charge 30 cents a kilowatt hour outside of the hours of 6 a.m. to 12 p.m. In other words, the parking lot right now, you need to have a sticker to park there, and this charging station is at a stickered space. So the idea would be, do we give people 4 hours of free charging because they're already paying for the sticker, and then charge them afterwards? Or do we just charge anyone that uses it the amount, and if you have a sticker and you got there before other people, then you're the one who gets to use it that day? Those are the two main options. There's three that were presented to you.
And is the $2 an hour rate at other times, is that if the vehicle is charging or not? Or even if the vehicle is done charging?
Yeah, so this gets pretty complicated. So I think we would implement whatever direction that we get, but I think the idea is that it runs.
So even when the vehicle is done charging?
Yeah, but someone can remotely turn it off. Like you can go on your phone and say, I don't want to charge anymore.
Right, I'm more, this is the commuter spaces are a little funny here because obviously people can't run back to Acton and move their car from Boston and then, so normally I would say that the charging rate by hour is good because it encourages people to move their cars when they're done charging. But it's a little bit different here. Comments from members of the board.
For a number of our typical electric cars currently, they would be fully charged in 5-6 hours. So I think there really is an important policy question about whether you continue to charge people, by the hour or whether, it's by the kilowatt hour. Because exactly what you're saying, we're not trying to this is not a space where we're going to encourage people to move their car at 2 p.m. when it's done charging. So I think it's more reasonable to just charge by the kilowatt hours used. And what that means is that, the cars are sitting there for a while, not drawing power, and that's okay.
Other comments?
I have no comment, I'm sorry.
So I agree with Jim. During the day, basically 24 hours, I think we should, at these spaces, charge 30 cents a kilowatt hour. And no matter when they're there. And so I think that there may be two kinds of uses. I mean, there'll be the people who come during the day, and there may be people who charge overnight there because it's maybe faster than their home charger, right? And that's also okay too. I'll tell you what it is. I visited my daughter in my electric car up in Vermont, and she happens to live within walking distance of a library. Mm-hmm. So so I could drive home. I went and hooked up in the drive at the library overnight, and I walked back to the library at 8 o'clock in the morning, and I unhooked my car, and it was fully charged. So I think we might get two things there.
Charged for those by kilowatt hours?
They charged $1.75 an hour. So I actually, there were 3 hours where my car was not charging, and I still had to pay that. But I could have gotten up at 5:30, but I was just not into that. So I took the extra 2 hours and paid the extra. But I think here the fair thing to do is to do 30 cents an hour. That's just my opinion. Different than the ones around Town Hall. Mm-hmm. I think these in Town Hall, I think the $2 an hour is fair. So anyway, comments, Himija?
I think that probably makes sense. For me, it's about how much time you're spending in a given space and charging for that essentially. So that makes sense to me. But to be completely fair with you, I don't know too much about this, and I don't know what would potentially incentivize people to use it more. And so that's something I would need to do more research on myself.
So you said by time, and we were talking about by electricity. Did you mean
said by kilowatt hour?
Yes.
Which is not
okay.
kind of electricity. Yeah.
It's an amount of electricity, great. So as I again differentiated from the ones at Town Hall, where I think it's appropriate to charge by the hour, because we were getting people who just sat there. and they take up the space and then nobody else can charge. Here, I think at the train station, I think it makes sense to just charge by the amount of electricity that they use.
Got you. Yeah, I would have to look into that further myself. But yeah, that's something that makes sense to me for now, but I would have to look into it.
Be okay taking a vote now, or?
I might abstain. If everyone else is a yes, then we can do that.
So are you guys prepared to vote now?
Yeah, I just had one more question. It may not, what's the regulations about parking overnight at the train station?
The only
Can't park between 6 and 10 a.m. if you don't have a sticker.
Oh,
I don't know that we don't regulate, we don't
Once you have the
enforce,
sticker,
don't tell
then you're
anybody,
there.
we don't enforce after those period of time.
Great, okay.
But I can get more an official answer.
No, that's fine.
Tomorrow.
It's good enough guess.
That was the rule, too, yeah, so.
Okay.
If,
You see one electric car sitting there overnight.
Just so I'm clear, so it's 30 cents a kilowatt hour that you're considering and not having a free window, just, it's always 30 cents a kilowatt hour no matter what.
around the clock.
Yeah.
That's very easy to,
I would take a motion to set the rates at 30 cents an hour, kilowatt hour, around the clock.
Well, sorry, one last question. Is 30 cents a kilowatt hour something that was actually, was that analyzed as meeting our costs? I
it's the
wasn't sure.
third option, I think it's
Oh,
the
okay.
one that throughout the night, it seems like the option that makes the most sense
Okay.
from my perspective.
Okay, I got it. Yep, 30 cents a kilowatt. Great, yes.
Can I ask a really quick question?
Sure.
So right now, the proposal is that we do 30 cents per hour. Sorry, can you explain that we're having with that?
So we just changed charging machines, and so these are new. We didn't have the problem before.
Oh, okay, so now we're just trying to establish what we're gonna be doing moving forward. Okay, and how many charging stations are there?
Is it 4?
we have a few. I don't remember.
I think there might be 4, if memory serves. I wouldn't swear to that, but I think there are 4 spots.
But there'll be more every year according to this projection.
Right, and like we did with the town hall charger, the board set a rate, and we came back 6 or 8 months later and said, you know what, it didn't really work out that well, can we change it? So I think having just one to start out with is something that we can build from, and if it doesn't work out, we can come back to you and let you know.
Okay, yeah, I feel confident voting in that sense right now.
Okay, I'll take a motion to set the rate at 30 cents per kilowatt hour at the train station around the clock.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Jim, would you call the roll, please?
Sure. On this question of 30 cents a kilowatt hour charging for EV chargers, Himika.
Aye.
Okay. Fran.
Aye.
David.
Aye.
Jim. Hey, it's another unanimous decision.
Excellent. Now we'll transform ourselves into sewer commissioners and return to item 5. The table here is whether to allow the water district to discharge PFAS-laden water into the wastewater treatment plant. Mr. Manager.
Thank you. We've been working with the Water District. Everyone knows, there's been an issue in the Commonwealth with PFAS as an emerging contaminant that we're learning more about, and the Water District's been doing its best to manage whether or not it's in the water supply we have here. They've come up with several ideas. Assistant Town Manager Mark Hald and Sustainability Director Becerra participate in a working group and with Water District members, and they've come up with several ideas to try to mitigate PFAS, including bottled water programs and several other things. One idea they had was to divert waste from the newer treatment plant that they have in South Acton to our wastewater treatment facility to see if it makes a measurable difference in PFAS concentrations in the South Acton well. And so we worked with we did a site walk, we met with the water district, we went out there, and it didn't seem like an unreasonable idea, to be honest with you, but it didn't seem like something that was proven to have an impact on the PFAS contamination. But what it did do was create a lot of questions for us. We oversee wastewater treatment facility. PFAS is something that we all know about, but it's not currently regulated on the wastewater side. And so we expect that to happen in the next year, but we don't know exactly what that'll look like. So if given a chance to not take on more PFAS, I think at this point we would take it, which is sort of the staff's recommendation at this point is that we weren't comfortable moving forward with this. I talked to Chris, the water district manager, and I said, listen, I'm happy to take it to the sewer commissioners because ultimately it's their decision, and that's why we're here. And he is unavailable to join us at this hour, and as well our consultant team I let go too. Apologies, but I can bring back any questions.
Yeah, actually, I think Chris couldn't come tonight, which is, that's the reason I delayed this item to the last one. Right? I would have done it earlier if he was waiting. I have to say that I'm really against approving this. A sewage wastewater treatment plant does not remove PFAS. There's no processing we do in the plant which would remove PFAS. And in fact, under some conditions, a wastewater treatment plant can make PFAS. If the constituent molecules are in the reactors, it can actually assemble them into the PFAS molecules. Again, the wastewater treatment plant is not designed to, it's designed to remove organics and certain other things like nitrogen and phosphorus, and to disinfect the water. It doesn't, remove this kind of chemical. And it doesn't make sense to me to remove this pollutant, to move this pollutant from the water treatment plant to the wastewater treatment plant. I mean, again, as the town manager just said, if next year which is, or the year after, one of these years, it's going to be the case that the PFAS discharge from wastewater treatment plant will be regulated, and then it's our problem. And it's actually much simpler to remove out of clean water, right? If that makes sense. There's a couple of ways you can remove PFAS. The most common is activated charcoal, and that is a normal kind of processing you do in a water treatment plant. It's not usually what you do in a wastewater treatment plant. And so, anyway, I think this is just moving the problem. I mean, I understand why they would want to do it, but it means us accepting the problem. So, anyway, that's my opinion. Any other comments or?
I guess I have a question. So what I gather is that in the South Acton well system, where they process the water, there is what's happened, so water's coming in from the wells, and then some of it is cleaned and going out into our towers, and then there is some side effect that there is water that they want to get rid of? I guess I'm a little confused. Like, they wouldn't want to take their drinking water and just throw it away in the wastewater. This is some extra water that's a side effect? I'm a little confused. Mark might know.
Well, some of the water that they discharge from the treatment plant now goes into some lagoons that are very close to the treatment plant, which is actually very close to the well. So they want to try to separate that discharge by distance from the wells themselves.
Okay, so this is discharge that, there's currently not PFAS treatment in the South Acton system, right?
Correct.
Okay, so what is this discharged water consist of? I mean, what is it? Is everything else more concentrated? What is it compared to the drinking water and the well water that's coming in?
Yeah, they do treat the water in that plant. There's various applications that they provide, this big, we got a tour of it, it's fairly impressive. And then that waste goes into these lagoons. Some of it is actually discharged into, they have a permit to discharge into our treatment plant from that pump station that's right next to their driveway. So, but they're discharging into the sewer system much less than what they're permitted for. I forget the actual numbers. But.
Because they use water, as part of their treatment process, they use water to, rinse things out and wash things out and do all kinds of things, and that's wastewater. They're not going to send that out to the system. So that wastewater they use as part of their processing goes to this lagoon and settles in there currently.
Yeah, but it doesn't have any concentrated PFAS. I mean, think about a really simple water treatment plant that may have particles of iron in it, right? That water is filtered before we drink it, before it's put in the pipes, it comes to us and we drink it. And every so often, they reverse the water through the filters and they flush the iron particles out and they go into the lagoon.
Got
right?
it. Okay.
So when you're talking about fine particulates, the filters are just run in reverse. They also might, and I'm pretty sure they're doing this at other plants, I have no idea whether they're doing it in South Acton, they run some of the wells to try to run them out of PFAS, right? They're kind of doing an experiment to see, if we run them for a while, will they clean themselves up? But there's no way to concentrate the PFAS, really, except with one of the processing things. And my understanding is that when you use activated charcoal, for example, eventually you have to actually send that away to be burned at a very high temperature, enough to disassemble the PFAS molecules. So you can't, that's not discharged. Well, I think eventually we're going to need the fancier filtering at most of our plants. It also happens to remove manganese, which is nice for our water. So some of the yellow tint in some of the water in places is manganese. Anyway, I don't know where we were. You were asking questions.
Yeah. Also sounds like we're not in a super hurry about this. I'm happy to not say yes tonight.
I think they would love to do it. But,
yeah.
I
think I'd have more questions, and I'd want Chris here before I was able to move from I don't know to yes. And I'm also aware that that you're at a no on this, so it's going to take a relatively compelling argument for me to go, yes. So I'm unlikely to approve this, but if they would rather have a delayed decision than a decision of no, I'm happy to.
I'm sure they would like that. So yeah, we can not vote tonight. Any other comments before we move on then? Himija.
Yeah, really quickly, one thing that I would be interested in hearing is, how the ARPA fund that we did approve, conditional for PFAS remediation, may be used and kind of ultimately, the best thing we can do is cleaner water. I think that's our number one goal, and I think it's the goal of the Acton Water District. And I know that they've been trying multitudes of ways to try to make that happen. But I would be curious to see how additional funding, additional resources towards actual PFAS remediation of drinking water might be possible and might be a better solution. And yeah, it would be good to talk about kind of where they are in that, in thinking about those solutions.
I can say that the proposal for the ARPA was to be used in North Acton, because that's where there are higher levels of PFAS. There's less PFAS in South Acton. So anyway, and whether, my expectation is they'll eventually need to do that kind of processing everywhere, but that's, we can ask Chris that when he comes back. So are we ready to move on then with no action taken?
Yes.
Okay. I will read the consent items. Please say hold if you'd like to come back to any of them. Approved meeting minutes, November 1st and 5th, 2021. I'm going to hold that one. 12, committee appointment, Bethany Nichols, Associate Member, Land Stewardship Committee, term to expire 6/30/2022. 13, committee appointment, Lori Clooney, Associate Member at Large, Community Preservation Committee, term to expire 6/30/2024. 14, committee appointment, Nancy Savage, full member, Acton Boxborough Cultural Council, term to expire June 30th, 2024. 15, committee appointment, David Sheena, Associate Member, Zoning Board of Appeals, term to expire June 30th, 2024. 16, committee appointment, Michael Geis, Associate Member, Water Resources Advisory Committee. 17, committee appointment, Joseph Robb, Associate Member, Water Resources Advisory Committee. 18, declare surplus equipment for the Department of Public Works Highway Division. 19, accept gift Recreation Department for $167 from anonymous donors for funding for a dog park in Acton. And 20, approve Elizabeth White Fund recipients. So I only heard one hold mine, so I would first take a motion to approve items 12 through 20 inclusive.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, all in favor? Oh, sorry, Jim, please call the roll.
Okay, all those consent items except for number 11. Imogen?
Aye.
Fran?
Aye.
David?
Aye.
Jim says aye as well. That's unanimous.
Number 11, I just noticed that in the minutes for November 5th, it doesn't say that Jim was absent.
Yes, I did change that before we even came to meeting.
Oh, okay.
So it was updated, yes.
Okay, well then we can just vote to approve these meeting minutes as amended or revised or whatever. Any?
The November 1st were ready by the time of the publication of the agenda.
So, I don't think they need to be published at the time of the agenda, right? I don't think so. They're published now. They're not published at all? No. Okay, so,
They're not completed yet.
okay, sorry, I saw them, that's why I thought they were, okay. So, for item 11, it will be approved meeting minutes from November 5th, 2021, as revised.
So moved.
Second.
If there's no discussion, Jim, please call the roll.
Okay, approving minutes of the 5th as amended. Imogen?
Aye.
Fran?
Aye.
David?
Aye.
Jim says aye. Approved.
And now I would take a motion to adjourn.
Ooh, so moved.
Someone better second.
Oh, now I have to write that down. Okay. On the motion to adjourn, Imogen?
Aye.
Fran?
Aye.
David?
Aye.
Jim? Aye. Done.
Thank you.